We are live inside Labatt Memorial Park here in London, Ontario. A rare Sunday night matchup. Here's the Welland Jackfish are in town to take on the London Majors. We welcome you up here into the Game Day London broadcast booth. Noah Smith and Dylan Baker off to my right. As always, Dylan, it is the final game of the weekend for the London Majors, the third of 3 days, and they're looking to try and end a 2-game losing streak.
Yeah, no, we talked on Friday night about how big this weekend was going to be for the Majors, and unfortunately it has not gone well for the team. It was a 13-10 defeat, at the hands of the Toronto Maple Leafs on Friday night that started things off this weekend for the Majors. It was a game in which they definitely hit. The offense was there, but the pitching from the get-go really wasn't. Pedro de los Santos struggled. Bo Lewington struggled. Braden Farrington came in and pitched pretty well, but the Majors struggled with the arms on Friday night. And then yesterday, Claudio Custodio did a good job against the Majors offense. There was one really good inning for the Majors where they scored 4 runs. I believe that was the top of the third. But Guelph had a 4-run inning of their own, and then it was locked at 4 all the way until the 9th when Guelph walked it off.
Yeah, 2 unfortunate losses for the Majors this weekend on Friday and Saturday, but here it is a Sunday night matchup as the Welland Jackfish coming to town. And Dylan, this is a battle for first place in the Inter-County Baseball League. As of right now, Welland's holding on to that, but the Majors here with a win can slide themselves back up into that spot. And this game is going to be ultra important, and we've got a good one tonight as well. Let's check out the standings in the Inter-County Baseball League right now, and you'll see it on your screen shortly. The Welland Jackfish are in first place in the Inter-County Baseball League, 17-6. London right behind them at 16-7. And then Guelph right on the toes of these two teams. Barrie not far behind him as well. It really is going to be a logjam up until, I believe, the final week of the regular season with these 4 clubs.
Absolutely it will be, Noah. This is a very tight Inter-County Baseball League season right now. The standings are very close. You see it there. Guelph and Barrie are tied 2 games back of first place. The Majors are a game out. They came into this weekend tied with the Jackfish for first. Welland hasn't played at all this weekend. The Majors have played twice, lost twice, so they've lost a full game now on the Jackfish. So they're a game back. They win tonight. They're tied for first place with Welland once again, but everything is so close and it could go a variety of ways.
Then the Majors and Jackfish, no strangers to seeing each other this year. Already another meeting, and by the time that tonight's over, they'll be down to just one more meeting left between the two clubs. That's in London later on here this summer. But Dylan, tonight we look at a matchup that it's going to have some good pitching for both of these clubs, but it's the offense that I think might come to shine when this ball game is all said and done.
These two teams have the best offenses in the Inter-County Baseball League, in my opinion. The Majors can flat out hit. You know, if you've watched our broadcast this season, they've got a 3-4-5 that's steady with Cleveland Brownlee, Robert Mullen, Starling Joseph. Mullen and Brownlee are flipped today, and we'll get into that when we talk about the Majors lineup. But the Majors can flat out hit. So can Welland. If there's a team that's got bats to keep up with the Majors, it's absolutely the Jackfish. So while both sides have probably some of their better pitchers on the bump today, the Majors have Jose Arias getting the ball in this contest. He's had the best numbers out of any Majors starter this season. The Jackfish have Wyatt Hummel, who's been fantastic, mainly out of the bullpen for Welland this season. He's pitched in 9 games, 8 of which were out of the pen. Only 1 start to this point. This will be his second. There are 2 very good arms on the mound, but these offenses, they're absolutely lethal, and it's either going to be a blowout or a pitcher's duel. There's not going to be an in-between game, I think. I don't think we'll see a 7-3 score. It'll either be a 10-10 game late in the ball game, or it'll be 2-1, just the way these two teams are built.
These two offenses, the only clubs in the Inter-County Baseball League coming into this game with over 200 runs scored. Welland at 227, London at 217. Dylan, let's check out the offense for the Welland Jackfish here and who is going to be starting it off against Jose Arias on the mound. Gio Morello is going to lead things off here, and he is the guy to get things started for the Jackfish this year.
Yeah, and you emphasized guy there because he's the guy for the Welland Jackfish. He's such a talented hitter. He does such a great job of setting the tone. And when Reese Dumanny was here last Sunday from the Brantford Red Sox, Gio Morello spent last year with Brantford, and he talked about how the Red Sox lineup has really been missing that energy. Gio Morello at the top of your order provides so much energy, so much excitement at the beginning, and if he's rolling, the whole offense is going to be rolling. Mateo Portolato bats second, and then the 3-4-5 for the Jackfish is fantastic. Brandon Nicholson, such a good bat, an American outfielder who's been great for them. Sam Cocker, who is the June Player of the Month, just a lethal presence at the plate for Welland. Then James Smybert, Ethan Hunt, Mattingly Roman, and Matt Hildebrandt can drive the ball out of the ballpark, and he's batting 8th in this Jackfish lineup. That tells you how talented and how deep this team is, and Hogan Brown bats 9th at first base.
Yeah, Sam Cocker there, you talked about him being the IBL Player of the Month, 4th in the league in average. This lineup can hit for the Welland Jackfish, and they'll see how they do against Jose Arias on the mound tonight for the London Majors. The umpires are making their way out to the field now, so first pitch is going to fly shortly here. It is another gorgeous night for baseball here at the Forks of the Thames. We said it's a little bit of a rare Sunday night matchup. We're used to being here on Sunday afternoons, but a 7:30 start. The weather's been treating us fantastic all weekend long.
Yeah, when it's not a Friday night, Noah, typically we're here on a Sunday afternoon for a ball game. But Sunday night here today, it's beautiful weather for baseball. And PA announcer Dave Woody said it's a perfect day for baseball. The forecast is just perfect for a ball game. It's not too hot right now. There's a good breeze as well going through the ballpark, but it's not too windy. It's just ambient conditions, especially for baseball right now in the Forest City.
Well, we talked about leaders in the IBL. The IBL leader in pitching wins is Jake Harford for the Welland Jackfish. We won't see him on the mound tonight, but we will say Jose Arias, who has 6 wins in the IBL lead right now, just 1 behind Harford, and he gets the start for the London Majors, as you see there on your screen. A 6-0 record right now, and that ERA league best at 1.07.
Yeah, Jose Arias, the 107 ERA. For a while, Noah, it was below 1. That's how good he was. And with a good outing today, it might drop even lower than 107. He's got a 12.6 strikeouts per 9 ratio and a 2.5 walks per 9. So very good spot for those numbers, especially the strikeouts per 9 number. Arias is just so good out there on the mound, and he gets a ton of punch-outs when he's out there. On the other side, Wyatt Hummel, 1-0 this year, a 287 earned run average, 12.1 strikeouts per 9, and that walks per 9 figure you see on your screen there, 7.5. It is elevated. Here's the thing with Wyatt Hummel's numbers. It's a small sample size, because he's been mostly out of the bullpen, so that number, it's definitely concerning for the Welland Jackfish because he's walked 11 guys in 15 2/3 innings pitched. But at the same time, you take it with a grain of salt because you have one bad outing where you just can't get a feel for the baseball, and that number gets inflated when you're coming out of the bullpen. But definitely going to be something to watch for tonight is that walks per 9 number for Hummel.
Well, you see the starting pitchers there. We are getting ready for the lineup announcements here, Dylan. Back to a 3-man umpiring crew tonight. We'll point that out. We were a little bit surprised to see the 4-man crew out onto the field on Friday night. Looks like a lot of times these umpires, as we mentioned, they go to 4-man crew in the playoffs. So just throughout the year, they'll sprinkle it in, get the guys so that they're not going months and months without doing a 4-man system. But back to a 3-man system tonight. And it looks like some familiar faces down there as well for the London Majors.
Yeah, some familiar guys who have been around the Intercounty Baseball League for a long time. And you make a good point there, Noah, because oftentimes we think umpiring is just making the right call, but it's also about being in the right spot, knowing where you have to be based on the situation. And it's different for guys when they're umpiring in a 3-man crew versus a 4-man crew. So good that they had a chance to have the 4-man crew on Friday night, and now back to 3 as usual in the regular season in the Intercounty Baseball League here on this Sunday night.
Dylan, you see there on your screen quickly, and we'll see if we can hold that shot. One thing you might notice, and we'll point it out now, out in center field, the first 2 signs on the left and the right of the green there, Dylan, used to be a London Majors champions sign. They had taken those down, and we were confused at possibly why those were coming down pregame. Turns out with the sun the way it was today, the white signs were just a little bit too bright for both teams when they were taking their batting practice today, and even some London Majors who've been heading with it all year long and pointed it out. So those signs have come down, at least for now, until they're relocated elsewhere. I just wanted to point that out tonight as you look out there, and you can see the sun shining out towards the center field area. Yeah,
it's definitely an obstacle. If you've got that in the corner of your eye and you see the baseball coming at you, it's white on white, and you tend to lose the ball. So it makes sense if the players were struggling with it in BP to ask for those signs to be moved, and the Majors have obliged.
If you were listening in as the announcements are coming out there for the starting lineup, you might have noticed the flip-flop that Dylan was talking about there with Brownlee and Mullen. We'll get to that when we talk about the London Majors lineup before they bat in the bottom of the first inning. But as of right now, they're just finishing up down on field level with the London Majors lineup announcements. The national anthems to follow, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a break here on Majors TV. When we come back, it's going to be first pitch here on Friday night from the Forks of the Thames.
Do you know where your food comes from? Like where it really comes from? It comes from farms, farmers, and their families. At Healthy Eats, we believe if we wouldn't serve it to our families, we wouldn't serve it to yours. From farm to folks, we do things the way they're meant to be.
Here we go.
Believe me, you've never heard a talk show like this.
I'm sleeping with Joe Carter. By the way, Joe did not touch them all.
Yeah, I have to say, your voice is fantastic. Meet Smitty.
Listen, I'm the brains here.
And Mitty.
And I'm the good-looking funny one.
This is the Smitty Mitty Show.
Catch new episodes of the Smitty and Mitty Show wherever you get your podcasts. Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home. Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and athletes. Whether it's the London Knights, Nationals, or Lightning, or even your London Majors, Game Day London has you covered. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com. Game Day London, a proud sponsor of your London Majors.
My name's Tiffany Creasy, and I take care of the sales and marketing at Rickard Promotions and Recognition. Some of the things that we do at Rickard Promotions and Recognition is we bring your brand to life. We kind of put your logo on anything that you can give away or brand, and we can service clients right across Canada. At Rickard Promotions Recognition, we can take care of your designing of your logo for any artwork that you need done for the branding. And a lot of people don't realize we can do that here. We also have our in-house production that we take care of your order from start to finish right here at our one location. So with keeping everything in-house from graphic design to in-house production, we're able to get you your order a lot quicker with a faster turnaround time. We'll help gather your ideas together, give you some options to kind of narrow down the search for you, whether it be from your apparel to promotional products. And from there, we'll get your mock-ups done, proofs done, order done, and the quality control is right there all along the way for you.
So tell me where it hides. I know I got some lightning currents running through me. I found that silver lining on the inside of me.
We are back here after the national anthem's complete and ready for baseball here on a gorgeous Friday night in downtown London. It's the Welland Jackfish and the London Majors here in Inter-County Baseball League action from London. Noah Smith, Dylan Baker up here in the Game Day London broadcast booth to bring you the action here for another night, Dylan. And tonight it is a good matchup. You looked at the schedule this weekend, and of course it was a big weekend for the London Majors, but this is the game that you highlighted as the one to look forward to.
Absolutely, Noah. This game is the game between the two titans in the Inter-County Baseball League so far this season. The Majors and the Jackfish all year long have been 1 and 2 in the Inter-County Baseball League standings. It has varied who's in first, who's in second, but the Welland Jackfish are in first place right now, a game up on the London Majors. The Majors, if they win tonight, they are tied for first place. It's a battle of the two best teams in the IBL right now, and it should be a good one.
You see Jose Arias on the mound there, getting set for the start here on this Sunday evening. 6-0 record, as we touched on in the pregame show. Looking to improve on that here against an always good and always tough Welland Jackfish lineup.
Jose Arias' last start was actually against the Welland Jackfish. It was in Welland on July 2nd, the Majors' final trip to Welland of the year. He pitched 6 innings, allowed 6 hits and 5 earned runs, walked 3, struck out 8. That, Noah, is quite honestly probably the worst start of Jose Arias' season to this point. He's been so good, and that start seemed to be an anomaly. We'll see if he can bounce back against this Jackfish team, because he wasn't as sharp as we've seen him in the past last week against Welland on Saturday. So we'll see if he's able to make the necessary adjustments against a very tough Jackfish lineup and get back to his dominant self. Now, who knows if we should have been expecting Jose Arias to dominate the way he was to start the year, but because he was so good, we saw that outing last week as a bit of an off outing for him.
He gets ready to go here, and if you're the Welland Jackfish coming into the game, one of the keys here for you is going to have to be to get on the majors early and try to score some runs within the first couple innings. Jose Arias very good once he gets settled in. We've seen that. If he's a guy that gets into a groove, he just becomes even more dangerous on the mound. So the Jackfish, it all starts with Joe Morello at the top of the order. They're going to look to try and get things started very early here on this Sunday night.
Yeah, if Gio Morello's role in the Jackfish lineup is expected to roll right with him, and we'll see if he can jump on Arias early, because they got on him pretty quick last Saturday in Welland, and they'll be looking to do the same thing here, because you score 5 runs against a guy. You want to do exactly the same thing that you did in the previous game to try and do it again.
So just about ready to go as Joe Morello makes his way towards that left-hand batter's box. Jose Arias ready to go on the mound, and we are just about ready to get started here. A little bit behind schedule here on this Sunday night, but ready to go nonetheless.
Almost 12 minutes, 13 minutes after your scheduled first pitch, but we're ready to rock here at Labatt Park.
Third game of 3 in the Intercounty Baseball League on this Sunday. 2 games already complete, and the nightcap here. Sunday night baseball as the Majors and Jackfish get set to do battle. The first pitch from Arias is going to be on the outside edge and called a strike to get things started. He's ahead 0-1 on Morello. Working fairly quick to start the ball game. Second pitch from Arias misses outside. Morello with a good eye there. Count evens up at a ball and a strike here.
Morello batting .308 on the year with 2 home runs and 23 runs batted in. So not only is he a good bat at the top of the lineup with speed, he can definitely hit for some power as well.
Pitch outer edge called a strike on Morello. Trying to see some pitches here, but finds himself down in the count 1-2.
Yeah, Morello not a fan of that call. Thought it was a little bit outside. Now he's deep in a hole against a guy who can put you away pretty quick.
Sign from Mullen. The pitch to the plate and a swing and a miss. And it's a strikeout for Jose Arias to start the ball game. Quickly one down here in the top of the first.
Yeah, really good job by Jose Arias there. Looked like he started Gio Morello with an off-speed pitch, and that kind of set the tone for the at-bat. And it probably set the tone for the ball game, because Arias is not hesitant. He's not afraid to throw the off-speed in any count right there. Really good pitch sequencing. Went with 3 straight fastballs right after. Challenged Morello to hit it, and he just couldn't.
So Mateo Porchelato will come to the plate here. Looking to try and get things started here for the Jackfish in the top half of the first inning after the strikeout to Morello to lead things off. Arias ready to go here as he grabs his sign, and he is not wasting any time getting ahead of Porchelato. It's 0-1.
Yeah, another good first pitch strike there for Jose Arias. If he can do that throughout the ball game, he's going to have lots of success.
Ready here as the righty delivers, and he finds the outside corner again. Another fastball catching the edge, and he's up 0-2 here.
We talked about how Morello was in a hole when he was behind 1-2. 0-2 is just an even bigger hole to try to dig yourself out of. Arias on the mound has so many different options he can go with.
To the plate. Porchelato is guessing, but he guesses wrong. It's a fastball on the corner, and back-to-back strikeouts for Jose Arias to start the top half of the first.
We're only 2 batters into this ball game, Noah, but you can tell Jose Arias is locked in. You can tell that start against the Jackfish last week is in the back of his mind, because he's come out, he's struck out the first 2 batters, he's challenged them with his fastball. He said, here it is, see if you can hit it. And they haven't been able to so far. Morello struck out on a fastball swinging, and then Porchelato was caught guessing and looking at strike 3.
So Nicholson will stand in here with 2 gone in the first inning after a pair of strikeouts. That first pitch was upstairs to him. Mullen grabs his sign as the pitch is to the plate. Fouled towards the fence. Perrier gives it a look, but it's going to be about halfway up the seats, and almost a nice catch made by the fan, but the count moves to 1-1.
A great look from our camera there. Matthew Young out on the first base line did a great job following that baseball and nearly saw a great catch from a fan in right field. down the bleachers, but without any success.
1-1 count here on Nicholson. Arias grabs his sign, comes to the plate, and delivers a fastball right there. And once again, he puts himself in a good spot here, 1-2.
Arias ahead of another batter, has a chance to strike out the side here in the first inning.
Arias looking for a quick 1-2-3, top of the first inning. Sign and delivery. That one's going to miss low and outside. Not a bad waste pitch there, but the count moves to 2-2.
Yeah, 1-2, you can afford to waste a pitch, and that's exactly what Arias did right there, throwing that one a little bit outside, seeing if he could get a chase, and just did not get one from Brandon Nicholson.
See what they try to attack him with here on 2-2. Curveball called strike 3 as it catches the outside corner. Nicholson can't believe it as Mullen had to reach for it, but it's a strikeout, and striking out the side is Jose Arias in the top of the first.
Nicholson still talking to the home plate umpire about that call, and I'm sure the third base coach for the Welland Jackfish is going to have something to say as well here to the home plate umpire, trying to discuss how that ball was low and outside. Brian Essery's out of his dugout, and he's talking to the home plate umpire. Get a great look at it on your screen there. Still talking to the umpire. We'll get a look at the replay right here. A curveball, and that's outside, Noah, it looks like, but the Jackfish don't get that call. Goes the Majors' way, and that results in a 1-2-3 inning, 3 punch-outs for Jose Arias. If you look at the way Arias pitched that first inning, Noah, he was aggressive, and he loved his fastball. He went back to it over and over and over again, and it worked so well for him. He was getting swings and misses. He was getting called strikes on those ones as well. Arias loves that fastball. When he's commanding it well, it's a tough pitch to hit because he's got a 4-seam and he's got a 2-seam. He's got a complete arsenal of pitches that are difficult for batters to keep up with, and he had great success in that first inning.
Well, the Majors coming to the bats here in the bottom of the first inning, and with that, we'll take a look at the London Majors starting lineup brought to you by EatHealthyEats.ca. You see it there on your screen. Austin Wilkie will lead things off. Byron Reichstein back in the lineup today. He's hitting in the 2-hole. And then Dylan, there's the switch that we were talking about. Robert Mullen moves up to the 3 spot, and Cleveland Brownlee will be the cleanup hitter in the ballgame today.
Yeah, I think Rup Chatternet just trying to spark the offense a little bit. Cleveland Brownlee's had a bit of a tough weekend as well. Had an RBI single yesterday against the Guelph Royals, but struggled a little bit in the game against Toronto on Friday night. And so Mullen gets flipped with Brownlee there. Just trying to spark both of them, make sure they're both still going and both still on their toes. And it could be a comfort thing as well. Maybe Brownlee prefers to hit in the 4th spot. Now that the Majors have such a deep lineup, they can afford to do that. They can afford to put him there and allow him to do his job in the 4-hole. As you get a look at the entire Majors lineup, I mean, top to bottom, they can do so much damage. Jacob Newton, who's batting 7th in this ball game, was batting 2nd on Friday night, and he's been batting 2nd for a while for the Majors because he's such a dangerous bat that you love to have at the top of your order. But it's even better that he's at the bottom of the order because it gives your lineup so much depth. And you see a picture of Jacob Newton there. He's got some wicked sideburns as well.
Always got to catch those there. It is Dan Perry and Keith Candell to round out the bottom of the order there for the Majors, brought to you by EatHealthyEats.ca. They'll face off against Wyatt Hummel today, Dylan, who, as we talked about, just his 2nd start of the season for the Jackfish. Hasn't got a whole lot of innings in, so we don't know if we're expecting the Jackfish to ride Hummel for a few innings tonight, or if they're looking to get half the ball game out of him, or just see how it goes. That could obviously be the choice as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Wyatt Hummel is able to do out there on the mound. His start, it wouldn't pop out at you from his game log because the most he's gone in a game this season is 2 2/3 innings. So we're not sure what the pitch count is, what the pitch limit is for Wyatt Hummel, but you can't imagine it'll be too high. So I'm interested to see if we get a bullpen day for the Welland Jackfish here today.
Jackfish had Friday and Saturday nights off. They played Thursday, and I believe it was a Wednesday-Thursday back-to-back for the Jackfish in the middle of the week. Coming into this weekend. First pitch from Hummel, who's going to be fouled back at the plate by Austin Wilkie, and he gets ahead 0-1.
If you remember off the top in the pregame show, I was talking about how one bad outing can inflate the walks per 9 number, and Wyatt Hummel started against the Toronto Maple Leafs back in May and walked 7 batters in 2 2/3 innings in his outing in Toronto at Christie Pitts, and that's what's inflated that total. He's had 1 walk max in every outing since.
Cued off the end of the bat, but foul by Wilkie, and he finds himself quickly in an 0-2 hole. Hummel grabs his sign from Cocker in the delivery. That one's going to slip out of his hand. Wilkie ducks out of the way, but it wasn't close to hitting him, and the count moves to 1-2.
Hummel tried to go with back-to-back breaking balls there on Austin Wilkie, the Majors left fielder, and just missed with that one completely. Almost hit him up in the head, but Wilkie was able to avoid it.
Another 1-2, and that one is swung on and missed. So a strikeout for Wyatt Hummel to start the ball game. And there's one down here in the bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, great job by Wyatt Hummel attacking Austin Wilkie right there. He knew exactly what pitches he needed to utilize in order to get him, and Wilkie set down on strikes. So Hummel starts the first inning just the same way Jose Arias started the top of the first, the big punch out.
So Byron Reichstein will come to the plate here. One gone after the strikeout of Austin Wilkie. See if he can get something started for the Majors here. First pitch fastball is going to miss upstairs to Reichstein, and the count moves to 1-0.
Byron wasn't in the lineup on Friday night or yesterday, so the Majors are quite happy to have him back in there.
Ready in the 1-0 delivery. Once again, missing upstairs. Byron, of course, we talked about it when he made his return to the Majors. He had been playing ball in the Southwest Senior League before coming, but he's also been coaching, Dylan, and I know that he is very happy to be back, giving back to some of the younger kids in the London Badgers organization, so I imagine that is taking up some of his time here. I don't know if that's the reason he was away Friday and Saturday, but we might see that throughout the rest of the summer as well.
Yeah, Ryan Payette published a great article in the London Free Press about Byron Reichstein, and he mentioned just how much he loves to coach those kids.
Fouled back. And now the count evens up at 2-2 here on Reichstein.
Byron asking the home plate umpire where that pitch was, if it was going to be a strike, if he didn't foul it off and didn't chase it. He was trying to say maybe it was high and got the call or got the response he wanted from the home plate umpire.
Hummel ready. Here's a 2-2. Curveball off the outer edge. Doesn't get it to break enough, and the count moves to full now.
Looked like that curveball was a little bit high as well, Noah. Just missed above the belt to Byron.
Second time on a 2-strike pitch that we've seen Hummel go to that off speed, and it just slipped out of his hand. Comes inside, and that one's going to miss as it gets past Conker to the backstop. Reichstein will hustle down to first, but that's as far as he will go here. And the Majors have a man aboard with one gone.
Yeah, it looked like Wyatt Hummel tried to overthrow that pitch. Noah tried to throw it a little bit too hard and zoomed it inside. And the catcher, Sam Cocker, could not come up with that baseball. Went right to the backstop, but Byron Reichstein will stick over at first base, and he'll look to score the Majors' first run. If the bats behind him can move him over.
So now Robert Mullen will get set to bat here in a spot that he is not all too familiar with this season, Dylan, the 3-hole.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Robert Mullen in the 3-hole very much this year or at all. I don't think he's been in 3-spot whatsoever, but he's such a talented hitter, this shouldn't be too much of an adjustment for him.
First pitch is going to miss up and into Mullen. Backs him off the plate there, so he'll take an extended walk out towards the Majors dugout.
Yeah, you see that Hummel does have a very good fastball, and he's been using it so far, but the one thing he does struggle with is that command a little bit with the inflated walks per 9 number, and although the 7-walk game came earlier in this season, it's definitely something that is a little tough to shake, and we'll see if he's able to find the zone here against Mullen.
That 1-0 is called a strike on the outside corner. A little bit of a look there from Robert Mullen as he asked where that was, but appears so far at the first inning of this ball game, Dylan, like that outside edge is going to be getting called.
Yeah, and possibly an inch or two off of that outside edge. It looked like it might have been outside, and same thing with the pitch to Brandon Nicholson in the first inning, but the home plate umpire's been calling it.
Swing and a miss. Good off speed there. And Hummel gets ahead 1-2 here on Robert Mullen.
Yeah, Mullen goes after the breaking ball there and comes up empty. Hummel's been using that pitch quite frequently and with great success so far.
Yeah, we talked about how those two kind of slipped out of his hands on 2 strikes, but he's also complemented that with really good swing and miss pitches as well. He's got a 1-2 count here on Mullen. Quick check at Reichstein at first. Now the leg kick and delivery curveball off the end of the bat of Mullen. Over to first. Hummel's going to take the throw from the first baseman, Brown, and they'll get the force out at first as Reichstein moves up to second, but 2 gone in the inning.
Smart play there by Hogan Brown, the first baseman for the Welland Jackfish. Because that ball was cued off the end of the bat, it was going to be hard to turn to. Byron Reichstein read it well and got towards second base, so it was going to be tough for Brown to get it to Smybert over at second and then get it all the way back to first in time. You might have had no outs on that play if he elected to do that, but Hogan Brown very smartly gets the sure out, and now there are 2 away as he threw over to first.
So Cleveland Brownlee will step to the dish here. 2 gone in the inning, but a runner stands in scoring position. Majors looking to get on the board first here in inning number 1. Hummel checks back after grabbing his sign from Cocker. First delivery to Brownlee, right there with the fastball. Brownlee knew that was a good pitch to hit, didn't take the swing. He falls behind 0-1.
Yeah, clearly not too happy with himself after that last pitch. Thought he should have gone after it. It was in the strike zone. Seemed like a good pitch to hit. Maybe take it the opposite way, see if he can get a base hit to drive Byron home, but Cleveland didn't chase.
So ready after grabbing the sign. Hummel now delivers, and he gets Brownlee out in front of that one as he fouls it back to the screen. He's well ahead of the Majors' designated hitter, now 0-2.
So often this season, Noah, we've seen a lot of teams pitch Brownlee with a fastball and then immediately come back with a breaking ball. That was the case right there. He got Brownlee to look at the fastball, possibly a little over eager on that next pitch because he wanted to hit it after missing his pitch on the first one and was way out in front of the curve.
Lots to work with here on 0-2. Hummel, curveball, and fought off there by Brownlee. So he'll live to see another pitch here, but it'll still stay at 0-2.
Good job by Cleveland there, battling, putting up a good fight here against Hummel.
Brownlee looking to keep the inning going here for the Majors. He's in an 0-2 hole. Hummel checks back at 2, comes to the plate. It's a curveball that's bounced. Brownlee offered, but was able to hold up in time as Reichstein advances up to third. And the count moves to 1-2.
Some pretty sharp movement on that pitch from Hummel as they'll appeal down to first, and Cleveland Brownlee did not swing, says the first base umpire. And that's a tough pitch, not only to hit. Obviously, you're not going to make contact with that ball with the way it was moving, but to catch as well. And Sam Cocker did everything he could behind the plate, but just couldn't get in front of it. Got to the backstop, and that allows Byron Reichstein to get 90 feet closer to scoring the Majors' first run of the ball game. Cleveland still behind in the count, facing a deficit right now, 1-2, and we'll see what he's able to do. But Byron's just 90 feet away. A single to the outfield for sure gets him home.
Hummel ready. Here's the 1-2 to the plate. Brownlee popped up on the infield. Converging, coming over is the first baseman, Brown, to make the catch. And the Majors are retired here in the bottom half of inning number 1. They grab a base runner on the walk. They get him all the way over to third base, but they're unable to bring him home. And we are scoreless through an inning complete here at Labatt Park. We're going to break. More baseball coming back here on Majors TV.
Do you know where your food comes from? Like where it really comes from? It comes from farms, farmers, and their families. At Healthy Eats, we believe if we wouldn't serve it to our families, we wouldn't serve it to yours. From farm to folks, we do things the way they're meant to be.
Here we go.
Believe me, you've never heard a talk show like this.
I'm sleeping with Joe Carter. By the way, Joe did not touch them all.
Yeah, I have to say, your voice is fantastic.
Meet Smitty.
Listen, I'm the brains here.
And Mitty.
And I'm the good-looking funny one.
This is the Smitty Mitty Show.
Catch new episodes of the Smitty and Mitty Show wherever you get your podcasts. Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home. Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and athletes. Whether it's the London Knights, Nationals, or Lightning, or even your London Majors, Game Day London has you covered. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com. Game Day London, a proud sponsor of your London Majors.
Back here at Labatt Memorial Park in London, it is a gorgeous night for baseball here on this Sunday evening as we welcome you to the Forks of the Thames. Jose Arias back out onto the mound here for the Majors, looking to have another good inning. He was 1-2-3 in the top of the first with 3 strikeouts, Dylan.
Yeah, Jose Arias was about as good as you can ask for in that first inning. 3 punch-outs, was efficient as well in that frame. Struck out Gio Morello swinging, struck out Mateo Porcelato looking, and then struck out Brandon Nicholson looking as well. He was just so good out there on the mound for the Majors. Now that third strike on Brandon Nicholson, he will tell you that was a ball. It was outside, and that pitch had a lot of movement on it. That's a tough pitch to call for the home plate umpire, and it's possible because you call them where they cross the plate, not where they end up. It's possible it crossed and caught a corner, but Nicholson did not agree with that call, to be sure.
So ready to go here in the top half of inning number 2. Sam Cocker will lead things off here for the Welland Jackfish. Look to see if he can get things going on the bats. In the top half of inning number 2, Arias ready to go. And his first pitch will be a fastball just missing low, maybe a bit outside as well, 1-0.
Yeah, it looked like a good pitch there from Jose Arias. Nearly found the outside corner, but just missed, according to the home plate umpire.
Comes inside and misses again to Conquer. Now 2-0. Jose's been really good at getting ahead of batters so far in the inning that he's pitched with those 3 strikeouts. Now he's able to get back into the count as that one's fouled back to the screen off the bat of Conquer. 2-1.
Yeah, Arias, if he does fall behind a batter, he's going to do everything he can to get right back in that count. He'll challenge you with the fastball, and that's exactly what he did to Cocker right there. It was a fastball that was pretty center cut, and Cocker just fouled it straight back.
Arias ready. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Fouled back to the screen. And now from 2-0, he works the count back to even at 2-2, and we'll see where he goes, Dylan. We talked about his fastball, how although not necessarily his strikeout pitch, when you're expecting the curve, when you get the fastball, it can be just as effective.
If I'm Mullen, I call off speed here. Cocker seems to be on the fastball.
2-2. That one's going to miss low, and the count will move to full.
Looks like Mullen went with the fastball there. Mullen and Arias agreed on that pitch, and it just missed low and outside. So although Arias is confident in the breaking stuff, I think you can probably look fastball here if you're Sam Cocker.
Take a little bit of extra time there to get on the same page. Ready? Here is the 3-2 delivery. This one hit the other way, but it's going to make its way into the seats down the right field line. And we'll redo the 3-2. A few straight fastballs now. I know it's on 3-2 still. Do you go to the off-speed here?
It might not be a bad idea. No, I would have gone with the off-speed on 2-2 for sure because it seemed like Cocker was on the fastball when he was fouling it back. Just to change up the timing, maybe go with the off-speed.
3-2 delivery. Fastball. He's going to miss upstairs. And it'll be a leadoff walk for Sam Cocker here in the top of the second inning.
Yeah, Cocker does a good job in that plate appearance, not only to draw the walk, but also to work Jose Arias a little bit. Took the first 2 pitches, then Jose Arias battled back to make it a 2-2 count, and he was able to draw the walk and reach first base. The first base runner for the Welland Jackfish in this ball game.
Good way to start the top half of the second inning as well. Now the pitch will be fouled off, and it'll play by Smybert. It's 0-1.
Sounds like, based on the applause from the crowd, somebody made a great catch on that foul ball.
You could hear the ricochet off of the roof of the grandstand. Must have made a nice bounce down towards the seats and caught.
It's a tough play to make off the ricochet.
Heads up and eyes on the ball at all times, and you are rewarded. Now a pitch hit on the ground. It's going to be second base. Top hop to 2. In time to get the lead man. Keith Candell won't even offer with the throw. Fielder's choice. The Majors will take the lead out for out number 1.
That's a very tough play for Jacob Newton, the second baseman for the London Majors, because he wants to turn 2 just as much as Majors fans, I'm sure, wanted a 2-ball right there. But because of the hop that he got, he had to step back on it if he wanted to play that ball, and he did. He played it perfectly. He saw that he still had a shot at getting the lead runner, so he threw it to second base, but there was no real chance that Keith Candell was able to throw out the man at first. James Smybert running, and both guys, Cocker and Smybert, seemingly ran pretty well. And after that big hop that Newton had to back up on, there was only a shot of getting one out, and Newton elected to go to second, get the lead runner.
Big swing and a miss on the first pitch fastball there by Arias, and he gets ahead 0-1. Smybert stands at first after the fielder's choice.
Ethan Hunt with a pretty high average so far this season at .329. He's got a home run and 14 runs batted in.
Fouls that one straight back to the screen. Looks like he's almost right on that fastball, just missing it, but he falls behind in the count 0-2.
One of the things to watch for with Ethan Hunt, one of the things that's interesting is when he's in the box, he's got a pretty crouched stance and he's waving that bat around as he gets set for the pitch. You'll get a look at it right here. He gets low, he bends down, and he's got that bat moving at all times when Arias comes set.
0-2 from Arias upstairs. He's going to ask for a new ball there as that one he felt slipped on its way to the plate, but the count moves to a ball and 2 strikes now.
And with that Hunt stance, one of the things that reminds me of is kind of Kevin Youkilis. Though they're different styles, Youkilis was over the head with the bat. Just some strange things in the box that kind of help you focus, and everybody's got that when you're up at the plate. If it works for Ethan Hunt, it works for Ethan Hunt, and it looks like it is because he's batting .329 this year.
Arias with a quick look over his shoulder at first. Now ready. Here's the pitch, and it's going to be fouled off and out of play. So Ethan Hunt stays alive there. Good battle brewing at the plate.
The Jackfish 4-5-6 hitters have done a good job of making Jose Arias work a little bit more than the top 3 in their order did. We saw it right off the bat with the Sam Cocker walk, then the fielder's choice for Smybert. And right here, Ethan Hunt doing a good job battling.
This next pitch for Arias, number 25 already in this young start. It's a 1-2. Here's the delivery. Curveball dropped in there, but it broke a little bit too late. And it goes to 2-2 now.
Yeah, if that curveball breaks any sooner, really, Noah, that's probably strike 3 to Ethan Hunt. But because it took such a long time to move back towards the strike zone, just did not get the call.
Not a very big lead by Smybert over at first. A couple steps inside the cut of the grass. Here's the 2-2 delivery from Arias off the plate with the fastball, and the count moves to full.
Not quite the same fastball command from Arias in this second inning that we saw in the first frame. In the first, he was commanding it oh so well, locating it on the corners, locating it down the middle where guys just weren't hitting it. And in this second inning, it seems that he's missed a little bit more with it than I'm sure he's used to. Sam Cocker drew a walk on the fastball, and once again here, Ethan Hunt has seen a few fastballs that have gone wide.
So the 3-2 look here. Delivery, and it's just off the corner. Not a bad location there from Arias, and it's going to be a walk to put runners at first and second here with 1 gone.
Yeah, Robert Mullen held that pitch there for an extra second to try and get the call from the home plate umpire, but did not receive it. A little bit low, a little bit outside maybe as well. And very good take from Ethan Hunt. That's a tough pitch to take with 2 strikes because you're so focused on protecting the plate. You don't want to go down looking. But Hunt realized that was a ball. It was probably a little bit off the plate, maybe a little bit low, and he's able to reach first base.
So the Jackfish with something brewing here in the top half of inning number 2. A couple of runners on with 1 gone. And they're going to say that Romanin offered at that one for strike 1 on the breaking ball.
Such a good pitch from Jose Arias, an example of how much that breaking ball moves and breaks. Romanin did not want to chase that pitch. He checked his swing and was hoping he held up, but the home plate umpire was right on top of it and called him for the swing.
Romanin looking to do a job here for the Jackfish. Arias pitch to the plate. They go with the breaking ball again. Almost the same pitch, but not offered at this time by Romanin, and the count evens up at 1-1.
Yeah, that wipeout breaking ball is an easy one to not offer at a second time because you recognize the same path of that baseball. If he was able to drop that in the strike zone, maybe he gets a take and a call. But right there, just an identical pitch, and Romanen was able to take it.
Fastball picked out of the dirt there by Mullen. And it's 2 balls and a strike now on Romanen.
Back to that fastball again. No, he's just doesn't have a feel for it in the second inning. Definitely had a feel for it in the first, but in the second just hasn't been able to locate it the way he likes.
Trying to get dialed in here. Grabs his sign, a quick check back at second. Now to the plate. This one fouled off. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Mattingly Romanen. Jackfish just a couple of walks, a fielder's choice in this inning. But still pressing here in the top half of the second. Big 2-2 pitch coming here from Arias. Here is the leg kick and delivery, and it's swung on and missed. Romanen down on strikes. And there's 2 gone.
Talked about how Arias was struggling to locate the fastball. That's a very well located pitch right there. Comes up and in on Mattingly Romanen, and that pitch looks so tempting for a hitter, especially a guy who has a great bat like Romanen does, and Arias just locates it in a perfect spot, far enough to where it's not hittable, but close enough to where it's tempting, and he got the chase he was looking for.
And so a big second out there for Arias on the strikeout. His 4th of the ball game. Not out of it yet, though, as the always dangerous Matt Hildebrandt comes to the plate. He's going to take that first pitch for a strike. And it's 0-1.
Good job by Arias getting ahead with the fastball right there. If he can establish that pitch once again, he's going to have great success and possibly avoid the base runners he's seen in this inning.
Arias ready. Here's the delivery again. Fouled back into the screen on the fastball.
He seems to be going back to it. It feels like he's got a better feel of that pitch now than he did a couple batters ago even. And so he's gotten ahead of Hildebrandt 0-2 with 2 fastballs. We'll see what he comes with here.
Crowd trying to get behind Arias here with an 0-2 count. 2 gone in the top of the second. Here is the delivery. Fastball off the plate. Good take by Hildebrandt. Doesn't chase. And it's 1-2.
Good take by Hildebrandt, but also a good pitch. Right idea there from Jose Arias and Robert Mullen, trying to get the big power bat to chase the fastball up, just didn't get the bite.
Good news for Arias. He got a lot to work with here. Still ahead in the count at 1-2. Delivery, curveball, fouled off by Hildebrandt. That one down towards the Jackfish bullpen, and the count stays the same.
And Hildebrandt way ahead of that curveball there from Jose Arias, and it's possibly try to switch up the timing again and go with the fastball right here, but we'll see.
Looks like they're ready to go. There is Jose, has the sign. Quick check back at the runner. Now to the plate. Fastball called strike 3 on the outside edge. Hildebrandt is down on strikes. The 5th strikeout of the ball game for Arias, and Jackfish will strand a pair of runners here in the top half of the second inning.
That's back-to-back innings now where Jose Arias has ended the frame with a strikeout looking, and the opposing team, the Jackfish, have not been fans of that call. As you'll get another look at it on your screen here, Arias takes a peek back at second and then throws a great fastball right there to Matt Hildebrandt, but you see his reaction. He's pretty surprised with that call from the home plate umpire. He thought it was off the plate outside, and it looked like it might have been. It was definitely close, but the umpire has been calling the outside for both sides. To this point, we saw the outside get called in the bottom of the first inning, and then in the top, of course, with Brandon Nicholson at the plate, and right here once again.
So we move to the bottom half of the second inning here in London. Thank you for joining us wherever you are watching from tonight, and make sure you subscribe to our YouTube page if you haven't already. That supports us in the long run, and go follow us on our social media pages. We're on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and of course here on YouTube where you're watching us here on this Sunday night from London.
Always at London Majors on all social media platforms. The Majors do a great job with their social media. Of course, Matt Hiscox, Andrew Wark, everybody involved with social media just does a fantastic job of keeping fans engaged and providing some great content. Noah, I know some of those TikToks have done some numbers.
Yes, the TikTok is a new thing this year, and Mr. Wark is doing a fantastic job at trying to create some interesting and fun content for fans that, you know what, maybe probably haven't been seen in years past. So you get to see the different side of players. I know we've done some favorite movies, I believe, and where they've gone to school. So good job at getting fans engaged and getting to know some of the London Majors a little bit more in depth.
Absolutely, and that's something Majors fans haven't seen before, because these are some personal questions, some fun questions, and you get to see the personal side of these players, because it's not just the guys you see on the ball field. Some guys are completely different people off of it, and the TikTok allows you to see what they are like off the field. And the IBL has come such a long way, Noah, over recent years in media coverage and the engagement with fans via social media and the broadcasts as well. A couple of years ago in 2017, 2018, around that time, there's only one broadcast. It was Barry Baycats doing some radio, and then the Majors picked up on the stream. Welland, of course, does a great job with their social media and their live stream as well. The Majors are known for their presence. Toronto's done a great job this season. I mean, all the Intercounty Baseball League teams
all 8
have stepped
teams.
up. Yeah, they've really stepped up their games over the last couple of years, and it provides great coverage for fans and allows more people to see the Intercounty Baseball League, reaches more folks across the province, and that's just great for attendance and great for interest in the league.
So ready to go here in the bottom half of the second inning. The Majors got out of a little bit of a jam in the top half. And now Starling Joseph will lead things off in the bottom half of inning number 2 here for the Majors. First pitch offered at slightly, but Joseph doesn't go around there. And the count moves to 1-0.
No, I'm interested to see how long the leash is for Wyatt Hummel here. You pointed it out to me in the first inning. There was somebody throwing in the Welland Jackfish bullpen, and Hummel still out there for the second inning.
Ripped into left field off the bat of Starling Joseph. A big round, but I think he's going to hold up at first base and just be happy with the leadoff single. That was rocketed into left field. And the Majors have the first hit of the ball game here.
Yeah, that ball was hit hard by Starling Joseph. You got to look at it from that camera angle there. There is a man warming up in that Welland Jackfish bullpen right now to relieve Wyatt Hummel, and he's down on the ground, possibly stretching out. Starling Joseph over at first base after a hard hit single right there, torched it down the left field line. And I think if it wasn't for Ethan Hunt playing so far back in left field, that would have been a double. But Hunt so far in the ball game has been playing far back. I saw him do it on Mullen and then Brownlee and Joseph as well. He's deep in left.
First pitch is there for a strike here as he gets ahead 0-1 after the leadoff single by Starling Joseph.
Third baseman Mattingly Romanen is in on the cut of the grass, protecting the bunt from Gibson Kraminski.
Kraminski looking to keep the line moving here for London. Bottom half of the second inning. Hummel checks, and now he comes to the plate. The fastball is going to miss upstairs.
Just because you're reaching the bottom of the order does not mean you're out of the woods for the London Majors. You've got Kraminski followed by Newton and then Perrier and Candell. All guys who can do damage to you.
So grabbing the sign, Hummel on the mound as he gets ready to go here on the 1-1. Starling's off on the pitch. It's going to be fouled off by Kraminski out of play. And the count moves to 1-2. Majors had a little bit of a hit and run on there.
1-1, less than 2 outs. That's a typical hit and run spot. If there's a spot you call a hit and run, it's usually right there. And the Majors had that going on that last pitch. Just fouled off by Gibson Kraminski. Not a bad idea. See if you can get the defense to move around a little bit. And I forget when this happened, but I believe it was Gibson Kraminski at the plate on a hit and run. He hit it right to where the shortstop was, and the Majors were able to move up 2 bases.
Called strike 3. Kraminski down on strikes on the off-speed pitch. That was, he'll argue, off the plate there. Looked like it might have bent around and caught the outside edge, but it's a big first out there, I should say, for Hummel on the mound here for the Jackfish.
Yeah, you could see Gibson Kraminski say what to the home plate umpire. He thought that was way outside, but it's been what we've been seeing so far in this contest, that one looked like it was probably off the plate a little bit, a breaking ball that likely missed, but the strike zone seems to be a little bit bigger on the corners. It's more of a pitcher-friendly zone, and the one thing you can say is that it has been consistent for both sides. Both sides have been called on it a couple of times now where that outside pitch it doesn't benefit the hitters.
Joseph still at first after the leadoff single. A big strikeout there for Hummel and the Jackfish. Now Joseph is going to be off. No, he faked the steal. He actually got a pretty good jump there. But he stopped about 20 feet past first base and retreated back.
Yeah, Joseph knows the arm that Sam Cocker's got was going to be tough to run on him, but like you mentioned, he had a fantastic jump right there, just did not want to keep going.
Smart enough base runner that if he didn't get as good as a jump as he wanted, then he wasn't going to go. 1-0, now the delivery is this one's going to be rocketed out to left field. Tracking back towards the wall, and that one's going to hit off against the base of the fence. Joseph got a good jump. He's going to be waved in. The throw coming from shortstop offline. Joseph scores, and into third base goes Newton. And the Majors lead 1-0.
That was a great piece of hitting by Jacob Newton, slashing that ball to the opposite field. It kept carrying and carrying and carrying, and despite the fact that Ethan Hunt was very deep, he could not get to that baseball because it was hit so hard. As we give you a look on the replay, you see Hunt tracking back, but the ball goes right to the warning track, bounces up against the fence. A strong throw from Hunt, a strong relay, but it was off target, and Joseph is able to slide in safely. And on that throw, Newton is able to move up to third base. So a great play all around by the Majors, and now they've still got a guy in scoring position with less than 2 out.
And Dan Perrier will come to the plate now for London. With a run in, and the Jackfish will bring the infield in on that play. Fastball is going to miss off the plate, and Perrier gets up in the count 1-0. Jackfish no runs might be important here, so they're going to try to protect against the run here in the bottom half of the second inning.
Not a bad idea to try to cut down that runner from third base. Newton has speed, so a little chopper might be tough to throw him out on. We'll see.
Pitch, and that one's going to bounce off the glove of Cocker to the backstop, and in to score comes Jacob Newton to make it a 2-0 ball game.
Wyatt Hummel on that first pitch to Dan Perrier nearly did exactly that, but Sam Cocker was able to corral it. This time the fastball bounced in the lefty batter's box and just went up against the screen, so nothing Cocker can really do behind the plate. Hummel just didn't have command for that fastball in the first 2 pitches, really, and the second one was the one that bit him.
So now a empty base pass here. Is another fastball slipping out of the hand of Hummel and into the dirt. Cocker was able to get a glove on it, pardon me, but the count moves to 3-0, and this will get a visit from Brian Essery out from the Jackfish dugout.
Not a bad idea to just check in on his pitcher here. You've got to imagine, I believe that's Chris Lazar in the Welland bullpen. There's no 35 listed on the Jackfish website, but Lazar is listed as number 0. It's possible he's wearing 35 here for the Welland Jackfish. But there is an arm warming in the Jackfish bullpen. It's a lefty, and we'll see how close he is to being ready right now. They're just going to check in on Hummel. Doesn't look like there's any plans for Brian Essery to take him out. Just want to make sure his pitcher's in a good spot right now, both mentally and physically. Make sure he's still got gas left into the tank. See what he can do here against the Majors. But 2 runs already home this inning. 3-0 count on Dan Perrier. Chance to get another base runner if you're the Majors. You've got to make sure it's your pitch if you're Perrier. Can't get over aggressive here in this spot. Obviously, it's a hitter's count. Obviously, you're thinking probably fastball, but you've got to be careful. You don't want to tap into an out or don't want to weakly hit into an out on a pitch that probably isn't yours on 3-0.
3-0 delivery coming here. Hummel's fastball is right there for Dan Perrier, but taking all the way in. The count moves to 3 balls and a strike.
Greg Perrier was just going to take no matter what on that pitch. Not a bad idea after how badly he missed on the first 3.
Now comes to the plate, and that one fouled off hard towards the Jackfish dugout.
Hummel seems to have had a little extra zip on that fastball on these last 2 pitches. That one kind of right down the middle, but Perrier was late on it.
From the windup here is the delivery. Perrier swing and a miss on the fastball. A nice pitch there by Wyatt Hummel, and he's got the strikeout for out number 2 here in the inning.
Great job by Wyatt Hummel out there on the mound. Fell behind 3-0 against Dan Perrier and then worked his way back. 2 good fastballs. fastball there that Perrier was going to probably take no matter what in the strike zone, then threw him another one in basically the same spot Perrier was late on it, and then an off-speed was able to put him away, so great job by Hummel.
It might have been the case where Brian Essery comes out and says, hey, we know that we got someone behind you, right? I need you to get me 2 more outs here, bring it for the last couple of batters, and give me that fastball like we've seen it before. He did there, got the strikeout, and now he's going to get ahead 0-1 with a fastball on Keith Candell.
And Brian Essery probably reinforced the message, hey, you've got a very good fastball. You throw pretty hard, and it's tough for guys to hit, so keep using it.
Comes again with it, but he's going to miss off the plate.
We'll see if it comes into play here in this inning, Noah, but I believe the plan for Chris Lazar right now is to or whoever's warming up in that bullpen, to give them a fresh inning. But if the Majors order gets to Byron Reichstein, I wouldn't be shocked if the reliever, who's a lefty, comes in.
Count moves to 1-2 after the swing and a miss by Candell. Grabs the sign, now ready with the delivery. Called strike 3, catches the outside corner, and it's a big strikeout there to end the inning, but not before the Majors pick up 2 runs here in the bottom half of the second inning. A couple of big hits, Starling Joseph with the leadoff single, and then Jacob Newton, the triple into the gap to score the runs here. It's a 2-0 Majors lead after 2 completes here on Majors TV.
My name's Tiffany Creasy, and I take care of the sales and marketing at Rickard Promotions and Recognition. Some of the things that we do at Rickard Promotions and Recognition is we bring your brand to life. We kind of put your logo on anything that you can give away or brand, and we can service clients right across Canada. At Rickard Promotions and Recognition, we can take care of your designing of your logo for any artwork that you need done for the branding. And a lot of people don't realize we can do that here. We also have our in-house production that we take care of your order from start to finish right here at our one location. So with keeping everything in-house from graphic design to in-house production, we're able to get you your order a lot quicker with a faster turnaround time. We'll help gather your ideas together, give you some options to kind of narrow down the search for you, whether it be from your apparel to promotional products. And from there, we'll get your mock-ups done, proofs done, order done, and the quality control is right there all along the way for you.
So tell me where it hides. I know I've got some lightning currents running through me. I found that silver lining on the inside of me. Yeah.
Back here on your home for London Majors baseball, Majors TV. It's a 2-0 lead for the hometown club through 2 innings. Noah Smith and Bill Baker bringing you the action here from the Game Day London broadcast booth here at Labatt Memorial Park. A good one so far. Jose Arias back out to the mound, Dylan, and now he has staked himself a little bit of a lead, 2-0.
Yeah, the Majors were able to get a good lead for Jose Arias in that bottom of the second inning. Some good offense there for London. Jacob Newton with a long double. He was able to move to third on the throw on that play. Starling Joseph came in to score after he rocketed a single to start that frame, and Newton came in to score on the wild pitch, and that 90 feet that he got on that throw turned out to be pretty important because he was able to score on the wild pitch from Wyatt Hummel, and it's just heads-up baseball by the Majors' second baseman.
So the Jackfish come to the bats here in the top of the third. They'll look to try and get something going after now falling behind 2-0. Jose Arias back out on the mound. He's off to a good start here in this ball game. Squaring around to bunt and getting that one down. Coming up, Kraminski. Strong throw to one. Picked out of the dirt in time to get him. What a nice pickup there at third base, and the throw to one in time to get him coming down the line. A bang-bang play there, and the Majors get a big first out to start the inning.
Yeah, big first out there for the London Majors, and that bunt from Hogan Brown kind of caught a piece of the grass that allowed it to bounce into fair territory, and we don't have a look at it for you on the replay, unfortunately, but great play by Gibson Kraminski, sprinting in, fielded that perfectly. A throw over to Perrier that he had to scoop at first base. He was down, and he was able to come up with that baseball, so a great job on both ends of that play.
Here is the first pitch, and it's going to be across for a strike as we are back to the top of the order in Gio Morello. When you get the top of the order coming up, Dylan, that first out at the bottom of the order becomes that much more important. And a good job there and a great defensive web gem as that one's fouled off by Morello and out of play, 0-2.
Absolutely, and Hogan Brown doing a good job trying to act like a second leadoff man with that bunt. Tried to get on base and nearly did. It was a pretty good bunt, but Gibson Kraminski was just so smooth over at third field at that baseball so well. And Dan Perry over at first, a great stretch and a great pick.
Arias well up in the count now. He's got an 0-2 lead on Morello. He struck him out the first time around in the order. Here's the pitch, reaching for that one, slapping it down into the Majors bullpen. That sends a couple of guys jumping out of the way.
Good reflexes down in that Majors bullpen. They've got the baseball, and they're proud to show it off. It looked like Morello was just trying to make contact with that pitch, a late decision to swing, and he kind of threw the bat at it. And it worked out for him because he fouled it off and now gets another life.
Arias ready once again on 0-2 after he was spoiled last time around. Here's the delivery, curveball in the dirt. And Morello didn't offer at it. Mullen now trying to find that ball that's lost in the feet of Morello.
A good curveball there from Jose Arias, broke a little bit too much, and I thought for a moment, Noah, that it was going to hit him. I think if it had started further outside, possibly Morello will swing at that pitch because it started so far in. Obviously, you don't want a lefty to get their barrel of the bat on that baseball as it goes right towards them, but if he had started that a little further out, maybe he gets the chase.
Back-to-back breaking balls on 2 strikes. That bounce, that one looked like it hit Mullen on the inner thigh as he takes a little bit of time. The home plate umpire comes out to give the ball back to Jose Arias.
You got all that gear, but your thighs, your upper legs aren't really protected when you're behind the plate. And right there, same kind of pitch, same kind of spot. It seems like the plan might be to jam Morello with breaking balls in. If you're going to throw a hook, you're going to make sure it's inside on him. It just hasn't gotten him to swing or hasn't found the strike zone just yet.
Here is the 2-2 delivery. Comes to the plate with the fastball, but missed low. So great at bat by Morello to work it back to a full count.
Yeah, fell behind 0-2 pretty quickly with a called strike and a foul ball, a couple of foul balls. But since then, he's been taking and has been able to lay off some tough pitches.
3-2, swing and a miss. And Arias has Morello down on strikes for the second time tonight. What a gorgeous pitch there to finally get him on 3-2.
Yeah, great fastball there from Jose Arias to get the chase from Gio Morello, the leadoff man for the Welland Jackfish. Second strikeout of the ball game, as you mentioned, for Morello. And we're going to get a look at the replay here. A bunt. Gibson Kraminski on the first out of this inning. Just a great play on both ends. Perry with a phenomenal stretch over at first. A bang-bang play. And if Perry doesn't stretch the way he did, if he's not able to come up with that scoop, could be a completely different play. And you got to look on the replay at the hop on that one. Just made it even tougher.
First pitch to Mateo Porcelano is across for a strike. Shows you that even when a pitcher is on, like Arias seems to be so far tonight, dealing with the strikeout, that the defense can often be in times what helps you out through some of these innings. Is now a big cut at that one, moves it to 0-2.
Absolutely, Arias is on tonight, but he can't strike everybody out. The defense has to make some tough plays when they're called upon, and the Majors have done just that in this ball game, especially right there with Gibson Kraminski on that bunt.
Here's the pitch from Arias off the plate. Once again, went back to that same pitch. A little bit more outside. The count moves to 1-2.
The pitchers have been getting that outside corner for the most part in this ball game. Not right there. A little bit too far off from Arias.
Arias looking for the put-away pitch here on 1-2. Picked down to the dirt there by Mullen. And the count evens up at 2 apiece here. 2 gone in the inning. Majors out in front to a 2-0 lead here in the early goings of this one. Arias and Mullen trying to get on the same page here. Here is the 2-2 delivery. Leg kick, pitch to the plate, upstairs, and it goes to 3-2.
Once again, that's back-to-back batters now where Arias has gotten ahead 0-2, and then they fought right back to make it a full count. He's able to put away Morello on a full count with a fastball low and inside. We'll see if he's able to do the same right here to Porchelato.
Almost like he's trying to be too fine with the put-away pitch. Ready now, here's a 3-2. Hit on the ground, shortstop Candel. 2 hops, strong throw, it's high. Perrier back down, not on the bag in time. And so a runner will reach with 2 gone here in the inning. Candel picked it up quickly there, but then saw Porchelato hustling down the line. The throw came, and it was high at first base. And Perrier, even all that height, not enough to get back down on the bag in time.
Keith Candel scooped that baseball pretty well over at shortstop and just kind of fired a throw to first with all of his might and threw it too high for even Dan Perrier, standing at 6'9". And it was a close play, but I believe it's the correct call from the first base umpire. We'll get a look at it on the replay right here. It's slowed down. Great look at it. Oh, boy, that's tight, but oftentimes tie goes to the runner.
So it is going to be ball 1 to start the at-bat here after the runner reached base on what is going to be ruled the first hit of the ball game for the Jackfish. Great job to hustle down the line to force that throw. Now the pickoff move to 1, not in time to get him.
Closer than I think Porchelato may have been hoping for on that pickoff move from Jose Arias, but still back with the dive, and that's what speed will do. If you hustle down the baseline, you force the defense to exert more effort to make a play, and right there, Candel just threw it high.
Runner goes. Pitch is going to be popped up. Foul territory. Perrier and Mullen giving chase. It's Mullen, and he makes a nice catch. Had to go to the deepest part of the foul territory here at Labatt Park, but it's a pop-up to get the Majors out of the top half of the 3rd inning unscathed.
No, I know from first-hand experience how difficult it can be when you're behind the plate to catch those pop-ups. A great job by Robert Mullen. Moving over towards foul territory, he talked about how it was the deepest part of foul territory, the deepest pocket in that foul territory here at Labatt Park. He raced over and was able to make a great grab. I thought for a moment that Dan Perrier was going to call him off, and Mullen kind of had to move to his left a little bit, but did a great job of tracking that baseball and coming down with it.
Majors still holding on to a 2-0 lead here as we go to the bottom half of the 3rd. Just 3 combined hits so far in the ball game. The pitchers have done a fantastic job. And it looks like Wyatt Hummel will come back out here to at least start the 3rd inning for the Jackfish.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if Hummel faces the first batter here, and then the reliever is brought in to face Byron Reichstein, the lefty for the Majors, just to get that lefty-lefty matchup. We'll see if that's the case or if they're going to let Hummel ride, because overall Wyatt Hummel's been pretty good through 2 innings of work, allowed the 2 runs in the last inning on the double by Jacob Newton, and then a wild pitch that allowed Newton to score. Through 17 pitches in the second inning. He was actually more economical in the second inning than he was in the first. Through 17 in the second, 19 in the first. He's been good so far. We'll see how long the leash is for him with Byron, the big lefty bat, coming up second in this inning. It'll be back to the top of the order for the Majors. And Majors going to be looking to add on to that lead that they got themselves in the second.
Off to a good start so far, and we mentioned the bullpen has been in action so far for the Jackfish. It is Chris Lazar warming down there. One of the newest additions to this Jackfish club.
And a big addition as well for Welland. Such a talented arm, spent so many great years with Hamilton, was really the ace of that staff, coming over to Welland now. I mean, anytime you can add another team's ace, that means you're in a pretty good spot. And Lazar, who's had a great Inter-County Baseball League career, looks to continue it now wearing the green and blue.
And by the looks of it, we will get to see him at some point tonight and probably within the next couple of innings here as Wyatt Hummel throws down his final warm-up pitch, and we're just about ready to get underway here in the bottom half of inning number 3. Dylan, we talked about it in the pregame show when we were talking about the starting pitchers. Hummels' longest appearance this year is just 2 2/3 innings. So he's working into a territory here where this is usually where you see his starts or his relief appearances come to an end.
Yeah, and that 2 2/3 innings start was the start in which he walked 7 batters. So that pitch count was probably pretty elevated. We don't know what the limit is for his arm, what he can go to and what he cannot reach. So we'll see if it's a pitch count thing that'll stop him or if it's a matchups type of deal that Brian Esser will take him out for.
Starts off Austin Wilkie with a nicely located off-speed pitch on the inside part of the plate. Moves the count to 0-1, and now ready to go here again. Wilkie fouls that one back to the screen. So quickly getting ahead. 2 strikes here on the Majors leadoff man.
Good movement on that pitch from Wyatt Hummel. Fouled off by Austin Wilkie, straight back to the screen. And Hummel has lots of options to go with. He can waste a couple of pitches if he wants right here on Austin Wilkie, see if he can get a chase, or he can go right after him with a fastball.
Comes to the plate, and a swing and a miss by Wilkie. It's a big strikeout there for Hummel to start the inning. An efficient one at that. 3 straight pitches for out number 1.
Yeah, great job there by Wyatt Hummel for the Welland Jackfish. Strike 1 called, and then a foul ball, and strike 3 swinging. Looks like Hummel will stay in this ball game to face Byron Reichstein as he comes up to the plate, and there is no movement in that Jackfish dugout.
Lazar has stopped throwing. He is ready to go when need be. 2-hitter in the Majors order, and Byron Reichstein now swinging.
Byron in the ball game does not have a registered at-bat. He has 1 plate appearance, though, and he walked in it in the first inning.
Ready here, and the pitch off the plate to Reichstein, so he falls behind 2-0.
Game plan is to clearly be very cautious with Byron Reichstein. Kind of pitch around him if you have to, and walked him in the first inning. He's fallen behind 2-0 here.
Yeah, I was going to say we saw that almost same approach back in the first at-bat. Comes at him here, and Reichstein is going to crush one out to center field. All the way to the track, and a nice play by Joe Morello to track that one down. He was already playing Reichstein deep enough to make a big second out.
Yeah, Byron Reichstein hit that baseball very, very hard out to center field. Still looking for his first home run with the Majors since coming back this season. I thought for a moment he had it right there. Just the crack of the bat from Byron Reichstein was so loud on that last chance there. And Gio Morello did a good job tracking that baseball. He had to run straight back pretty much and was able to come down with it.
So Robert Mullen now with 2 gone in the inning. Will face off against Wyatt Hummel. Once again, curveball starts the at-bat. They'll appeal down. Doesn't go around, says the first base umpire. And the count to 1-0. Here's Hummel again. Off the plate. Mullen once again offering at it. They'll appeal down once again, and they'll say that Mullen doesn't offer at it, and it's 2-0.
Mullen did a good job laying off that pitch there. He was tempted. He wants to swing at the plate. He's not looking to take a walk. He wants to hit the baseball, but just 2 pitches that have missed.
A big cut at that one, so he finally does offer at one. It's a nice swing, and the count moves to 2-1.
Yeah, good swing there from Robert Mullen on a good pitch from Wyatt Hummel in the strike zone, and got the swing and miss from the Majors backstop.
Hummel ready to go. Here is the 2-1 delivery, chopped off the bat of Mullen. And a nice easy throw over to 1 by Porcelato, and the Majors are retired here in the bottom half of inning number 3. It is a 2-0 Majors lead as we go to the 4th here from Labatt Memorial Park. You're watching London Majors baseball here on Majors TV.
Do you know where your food comes from? Like where it really comes from? It comes from farms, farmers, and their families. At Healthy Eats, we believe if we wouldn't serve it to our families, we wouldn't serve it to yours. From farm to folks, we do things the way they're meant to be.
Here we go.
Believe me, you've never heard a talk show like this.
I'm sleeping with Joe Carter. By the way, Joe did not touch them all.
Yeah. I have to say, like, your voice is fantastic.
Meet Smitty
Listen, I'm the brains here.
and Mitty.
And I'm the good looking funny one.
This is the Smitty Mitty Show.
Catch new episodes of the Smitty and Mitty Show wherever you get your podcasts. Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home. Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and athletes. Whether it's the London Knights, Nationals, or Lightning, or even your London Majors, Game Day London has you covered. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com. Game Day London, a proud sponsor of your London Majors.
Back here in London at Labatt Memorial Park, the kids just finishing up running the bases here as we go to the top half of inning number 4. It's the London Majors out in front to a 2-0 lead here over the Welland Jackfish. Those 2 runs coming back in the bottom half of inning number 2. Starling Joseph started us off with a leadoff single, and then it was moved over and in to score off an absolutely laced double out to left field off the back bat of Jacob Newton. That is where we sit here. Newton came in to score on a passed ball, and it is a 2-0 London Majors lead here as we go to the top half of the 4th inning. Jose Arias back out onto the mound there for London. He's done a fantastic job so far as he looks to continue on. Here in inning number 4, the Jackfish just 1 hit on the board. That was an infield single in the top half of the 3rd. For the Jackfish here in the top half of the 4th, it'll be catcher Sam Cocker leading things off, followed by Smybert and Hunt, the 4, 5, and 6 batters in the order for Welland. Here in the top half of the 4th inning to try and get something started here. Jackfish have had their base runners, most of them coming on walks earlier on, and then their last hit, as mentioned, coming in the 3rd, but they'll look to try and get something going early on here as we go to the top half of the 4th inning. Noah Smith and Dylan Baker bringing the action here from the Game Day London broadcast booth as Sam Cocker makes his way to that right-hand box, and he's ready to go here to lead things off against Jose Arias. Sun now completely down behind the backstop here as night starts to fall upon us here in London. Here's the first pitch from Arias there for a strike. And he gets ahead 0-1 here on Cocker. Ready and delivery. Cocker fouls one off, and he puts that one out to right field, and the count moves to 0-2. Cocker walked his first time around and then was forced out at second base on a fielder's choice. Here is the 0-2 curveball, and that one's going to be ripped into left field. Drops in front of Austin Wilkie, and the Jackfish will have their second hit of the ball game to lead off the top half of the 4th. Nice hit there by Cocker, and he moves to 1-1 on the night, and he's also aboard for the second time in 2 at-bats. Now bring James Smybert to the plate here. Smybert 0 for 1 so far. He was the man who hit into that fielder's choice after the walk to Cocker the first time around. Pitch on the outside corner, called a strike on him. And the count moves to no balls and a strike. The look, runner not going, pitch upstairs. Mullen's going to pick back to 1. Oh, almost had him there. A nice play down to 1, but Cocker back in safely at first base.
Great throw right there by Robert Mullen, the Majors catcher. Dan Perry was ready for it. Looked like he applied the tag, and the first base umpire said he was safe, but definitely a super, super close play.
Arias now, his 1-1 delivery to the plate. That one chopped but foul. And the count on Smyberg goes to 1-2 now. Conker's still at first there. Doesn't have a big lead. Got a good secondary that time that Mullen threw down. On 1-2. Swing and a miss. Smyberg down on strikes. Strikeout number 7 in the ball game for Jose Arias, and there's one gone.
Jose Arias has been the Jose Arias we've seen all season long in this ball game. Seventh strikeout, as you mentioned right there. Noah has walked 2 batters, and Sam Conker stands over there at first base. One good pitch gets you out of this inning.
So Arias gathers himself behind the mound there after that big strikeout for the first out of the inning. Checks in, now comes to the plate, offered at that breaking ball in the dirt that was blocked by Mullen, and the count moves to 0-1.
Nasty breaking ball there from Jose Arias. Ethan Hunt, the left fielder, just could not quite hold up on that pitch, went around enough for the home plate umpire to call him for the swing.
Hunt into that crouch stance. Arias to the plate, fastball called a strike, and now it's 0-2.
After throwing a nasty breaking ball, he comes right back with the fastball dotted on the outside corner. I mean, that's what makes Jose Arias so tough to hit. He's got great movement, and he's got a great fastball to couple with it.
Arias ready. The leg kick, delivery, called strike 3. Another punch out there, and that one is the second out of the inning. A big strikeout there for the Majors.
Huge strikeout there for Jose Arias. Beautiful fastball right down Broadway, really, and it was taken by Ethan Hunt for strike 3. And the second out in the top of the 4th.
So Mattingly Romanin will come to the plate. So Arias looking to try and work himself out of this top half of the 4th. Couple of strikeouts after the single by Conker. That one's just going to miss. Bottom of the zone there on Romanin, and it's 1-0. Romanin 0 for 1 in this evening's contest. Oh, now they've got him hung out to dry. The throw down to 2 is picked. Back to 1, and it's going to go wide of Perrier off the screen. And Conker is going to advance up to second base. So the Majors had Conker hung out to dry, but he evades danger on the missed throw and actually gains 90 feet on the play.
Yeah, Sam Conker completely misread that pitch from Jose Arias. Well, he saw it was going in the dirt, so he did the right thing in trying to move up, but Robert Mullen kept it in front of him, and he was dead meat out there for a moment because he was caught between first and second base. Robert Mullen fired a strike to second, and Jacob Newton's throw over to Perrier at first was well wide, and Perrier could not make that play, and it goes in foul territory, which allows Conker, to move up to second base.
Arias now to the plate, missing low, and the count moves to 3 balls and no strikes here on Romanin.
Despite the fact that you've got a runner at second base, you've got to zero in on this batter right here. Mattingly Romanin at the plate can do some damage. You've got to make sure he does not get a ball into the outfield and a runner home.
Hildebrandt on deck can swing the bat as well, so trying to get through Romanin here while you can. As he gets a strike across to move it to 3-1. Hildebrandt on deck is not someone that you want to face with a couple of guys on.
No, absolutely not. No, he's got so much power, and he's a clutch hitter as well for Welland.
3-1. Swung on and missed. Maybe took a little bit off that one, but the count moves to full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Looked like a 3-1 changeup from Jose Arias, and he got a swing and a miss. That's a pitch you don't often see used on 3 balls and 1 strike, but he's got enough confidence in it that he felt he could come with it there.
Jose looking for a big pitch here on 3-2. Leg kick delivery, and that one's going to be fouled off at the plate by Romanin. A good battle to stay alive, and we'll have to redo things here on 3-2.
Good spoil there by Mattingly Romanin. A pretty decent pitch from Jose Arias. A good fastball right there, and Romanin was able to fight it off and stay alive.
Cocker is at second base here. Count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Arias checks back, grabs his sign, delivers, and that one fouled off again. Good battle by Romanin so far. And Jose Arias not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, Arias having a tough time putting away Mattingly Romanin right here, but he's executing his pitches well. Romanin just spoiling them right now, and got to figure something out, try to get out of the pattern that Romanin seems to be focused in on.
Fans trying to help out Arias, cheers him on. Here's the 3-2 pitch. On the ground, past Perrier, diving and into right field. Reichstein's going to come up throwing, but he's going to hold on to it as it won't be nearly in time to get Sam Cocker. And the Jackfish are on the board here with 2 outs in the top of the 4th.
Dan Perrier gave it a valiant effort over at first base on the dive, but it just did get past him into right field, and Sam Cocker got a great secondary lead on that pitch and got a great break from second base. As soon as he saw it put in play, he was able to come around to score on that ground ball. Byron Reichstein has a cannon in right field. He has not been able to display it just yet for the Majors, and I thought for a moment he was going to try to gun him at the plate, but Cocker just runs too well, and he got too good of a jump for Byron to have any shot, so he smartly held onto that baseball.
So the Jackfish on the board here. A little bit of a rally here in the top of the 4th. And a big cut there by Hildebrandt, and he swings through strike 1. Romanin with the RBI single. Stands at first. Arias checks, now delivers to the plate. Good take by Hildebrandt, and the count moves to 1-1.
Pretty good pitch there from Jose Arias, trying to get the chase from Hildebrandt, but great job laying off by the Jackfish designated hitter.
Taking his time a little bit more here in the inning. Pitch to Hildebrandt, catches the inside corner. And from 1-1 to 1-2 now.
Arias has a variety of options to get Hildebrandt on this next pitch. He got him looking on a fastball on the outside corner in his first trip to the plate. We'll see if he goes with that right here.
See if he can put away Hildebrandt here with 2 gone in the inning. Here is the delivery on 1-2 off the plate. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Looked like he was aiming for that outside corner once again with Hildebrandt. And just missed it this time. Looked like it might have been a little bit up as well, so the count moves 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Ready Arias again here on 2-2. Inside. That one's going to get off the glove of Mullen, and moving up to second is Romanin.
Yeah, Arias got too much on that fastball, went inside, and it got past Robert Mullen towards the backstop. Good job by Hildebrandt telling his runner to move up to second base, so Romanin is able to pick up a 90 feet and get into scoring position here. And if Hildebrandt gets a base hit, there's a good chance the Jackfish score a run.
Arias trying to get the Majors out of this top of the 4th inning. One run across for Welland already here in the inning. Here is the 3-2 delivery to the plate, and it's going to miss outside. Hildebrandt will walk with 2 gone.
Jose Arias, you can see on your screen there, frustrated as he walks off the mound. Robert Mullen's going to go out to talk to him, peeks into the dugout to see if Brent Wales or Roop Chanderdat is going to be joining him, but that will not be the case. It'll be Mullen and Arias trying to talk things over here with 2 out. You execute one good pitcher out of this inning. You've got runners at first and second base. The message to Arias has to just be trust your stuff and put it in the strike zone, because oftentimes when Arias has put it in the zone in this ball game, they have not been able to hit it. So he's just got to trust what he's got and throw that fastball, command it on the outside corner, because the outside corners have been pretty wide in this ball game. We'll see what he's able to do here against Hogan Brown.
Arias nearing 80 pitches already here in just the top of the 4th inning. Been forced to throw a lot so far. Here is the delivery, hit on the ground over to first base. Perrier, it's a fair ball. He'll take it himself to 1. And the Majors get out of the top 4th inning, but not before the Jackfish pick up a run here on the RBI single off the bat of Mattingly Roman. And it is a 2-1 ball game as we head to the bottom half of inning number 4.
Good job by Jose Arias getting out of that inning for the London Majors after he ran into a little bit of trouble. However, he threw a lot of pitches in that frame. He's had 2 innings where he's thrown a lot of pitches. Threw 26 in the second inning and 25 just now in the 4th. Those are 2 innings where he threw more pitches than you'd ideally like to throw in a frame. He threw just 12 in the first, so good job there by Arias in that inning to be economical, but after that he threw 26 and then went back down to 16 and then 25. So we'll see how long he lasts in this ball game. Through 4 innings, he's definitely going to get the 5th. Beyond that, it's still to be determined based on pitch count.
So the Majors leading by a score of 2-1 as we go to the bottom half of inning number 4. We welcome you to join us on our next broadcast, which will be on Friday of next weekend, July the 15th. It's a 7:35 start against the Kitchener Panthers, who are in town once again. This will be the final time we see the Panthers in the regular season at Labatt Park, Dylan.
Yeah, the Majors have still yet to play at Jack Couch Park this season because there was one contest that they were supposed to play and it got rained out in Kitchener. But this will be the last time the Panthers come to town. The Majors will still have 3 more trips to make to Kitchener. I don't believe there's been a rescheduled date for that rain out in Kitchener just yet, Noah, but for now, the Panthers will come to town on Friday for the final time this season. Looking forward to seeing them once again. It was a tight contest in Game 1 of the doubleheader when they were here the last time. The second one, a bit of a blowout in favor of the Majors. So the Panthers will be looking to get revenge after that and trying to get some wins strung together here because Kitchener typically right around the top of the standings with the Majors and with Barrie and Welland and Guelph. Right now struggling a little bit this season. Kitchener down at 8-14 on the year. They've lost 7 of their last 10 games, and they're going to be looking to get some wins strung together pretty quickly in order to move up in the standings because right now there's a big top 5 in the Inter-County Baseball League.
So we go to the bottom half of the 4th. Cleveland Brownlee will lead things off here for London in the inning. A 2-1 lead for the Majors so far. As Cleveland gets introduced to the crowd once again to lead off the inning this time. And for the Majors, back out there on the mound, Wyatt Hummel still throwing for the Jackfish.
Yeah, we weren't sure when Hummel was going to be taken out of this ball game, and right now he's being allowed to just work out there.
So the count moves to 1-0 here on Brownlee to start things off.
Hummel up to 47 pitches in this frame. He's been pretty good in keeping the pitches down per inning. Only 10 thrown in the third. He was very efficient. He was getting outs, and that's probably why Brian Essery had the confidence to send him back out for another inning.
They'll appeal down, and it will be a good take by Brownlee. So the count moves to 2-0 here on the Majors slugger. Hummel grabs his sign here from the catcher Cochran and gets ready to deliver. The 2-0. Brownlee takes that one. Looked like he was taken all the way, Dylan, and the count moves to 2-1.
Yeah, it looked like the plan for Cleveland Brownlee was to just take that pitch no matter where it was, and right there it looked like a pretty good pitch to hit, and Cleveland just left it. We'll see what he can do here on 2-1.
Off the plate as Hummel tries to stay away from the bat of Brownlee, and the count moves to 3-1. Starling Joseph stands on deck behind Brownlee, and if Brownlee does get on here, Hummel might have one more batter before he starts to get to the lefties in the order.
Yeah, we'll see how long they're willing to keep him out there, because after Joseph, it's Kraminski, who's a switch hitter, so he'll be batting left-handed against the righty Hummel.
Swing and a miss there by Brownlee on the off-speed pitch off the plate. And it's a full count now here on Cleve. Here is the delivery. Off the plate, good take as Brownlee holds up the swing. It'll be a leadoff walk for the Majors here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
In that plate appearance to Cleveland Brownlee, he threw a strike in the zone that Brownlee took for strike one, but everything else was well outside. It was in the dirt. It was in the other batter's box, and Cleveland, for the most part, took all of those pitches with the exception of the one he chased for strike two in that plate appearance. Just not really close for Wyatt Hummel against Cleveland right there. We'll see what he's able to do against Starling Joseph. We'll see if he's able to make the necessary adjustments to try to get another big bat in the Majors lineup out.
Starling Joseph, he led off the bottom of the second inning with a laser out to left field. Came around to score on the double by Newton for the Majors' first run of the ball game, and now he'll bat with Brownlee standing at first. Here's the pitch. Just break, but not enough to catch the corner of the zone, and the count moves to 1-0 here on Joseph.
No, I still can't get over Starling Joseph's home run on Friday night. Deepest part of the ballpark, so hard hit. He's just got so much pop in that bat.
Ready, and now the 1-0. That gets through the legs. Brownlee, good recognition, and he's going to be up to second base. On the pitch, that moves the count to 2-0.
Yeah, great job by Cleveland Brownlee picking up on that pitch from Wyatt Hummel. Goes right through the legs of Sam Cocker. He tried to block it, just could not come up with it, and Cocker's been so solid back there. It's one of the few that he has missed in this ball game, and Cleveland's able to move up 90 feet.
With nobody out here in the inning, Brownlee, of course, the leadoff walk. That puts the Majors in a good spot here. With Starling Joseph at the plate. Two-0 count here. Hummel grabs his sign, ready to deliver. Fastball right on the outside edge. 2-1.
Look like that fastball had a little bit of zip on the outside corner there, and Joseph watched it in for strike one. Hummel threw that one a little harder than previous pitches in this at-bat.
Tried to get a little extra on it to get it past Starling Joseph. Now time called at the plate. Not sure if that was by Joseph or Cocker behind the dish. Lazar continues to throw in the Welland bullpen to get ready. 2-1, driven out to right center field. This one's going to stay in the yard. Out to center, Morello. Brownlee's going to tag from second, and he's going to be into third base. So Starling Joseph does the job he needs to. He advances Brownlee to third with just one gone in the inning after a deep fly out to right center.
Great job by Cleveland Brownlee going back to tag up on that baseball. Not typically the guy you see tagging up and getting an extra 90 feet wherever he can, but right there Cleveland saw how deep that ball was going to be, and he saw where Morello caught it. Just shy of the warning track, was able to move up to third base for the Majors, and as expected, with the string of lefties and switch hitters coming up here, Kraminski's a switch hitter, Jacob Newton coming up as well, a lefty. That'll be the end of the night for Wyatt Hummel.
So Wyatt Hummel will exit the ball game. The Jackfish are going to go to the bullpen with the Majors up 2-1 and a runner standing at third base here on Majors TV.
My name's Tiffany Creasy, and I take care of the sales and marketing at Rickard Promotions and Recognition. Some of the things that we do at Rickard Promotions and Recognition is we bring your brand to life. We kind of put your logo on anything that you can give away or brand, and we can service clients right across Canada. At Rickard Promotions and Recognition, we can take care of your designing of your logo for any artwork that you need done for the branding, And a lot of people don't realize we can do that here. We also have our in-house production that we take care of your order from start to finish right here at our one location. So with keeping everything in-house from graphic design to in-house production, we're able to get you your order a lot quicker with a faster turnaround time. We'll help gather your ideas together, give you some options to kind of narrow down the search for you, whether it be from your apparel to promotional products. And from there, we'll get your mock-ups done, proofs done, order done, and the quality control is right there all along the way for you.
So tell me where it hides. I know I got some lightning currents running through me. I found that silver lining on the inside of me.
Back here at Labatt Memorial Park, as the Welland Jackfish have gone to the bullpen for the first time in the ball game, with the Majors pressing here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. A runner at third, just one gone, and Gibson Kraminski coming to the plate. Dylan, new arm is a lefty here.
Yeah, lefty for the Welland Jackfish as Chris Lazar comes into the ball game. It's his second appearance as a member of the Welland Jackfish. He pitched in a game in Kitchener at Jack Couch Park, seven innings, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks in that ball game. He allowed 5 earned runs in that contest against Kitchener, received a no decision as the Jackfish came back late to win that ball game, as they've done so many times this year. They're a great team when it comes to comebacks. And this season in Hamilton, Chris Lazar had 4 starts, 19 1/3 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts, 5 walks, a .419 earned run average. He's been a guy who's been doing it in the Intercounty Baseball League for a long time. Now wearing the Welland Jackfish green and blue here. We'll see how he fares in his second outing as a member of the Fish.
And whether or not it was just time to make the move or they made it because of the lefties coming up in the order, the first man to greet him will turn around and hit right-handed here as Gibson Kraminski will come to the plate with 1 gone and Brownlee standing at third.
I think they just wanted to turn Kraminski around a little bit, and the lefty coming up afterwards in Jacob Newton as well. Not a bad spot to bring Chris Lazar in for his first batter, although there's a run 90 feet away, and the Jackfish are going to move the infield in to try to prevent it from scoring.
So the Jackfish with the infield in, obviously trying to protect that run that stands at third, and Brownlee. Pitch to the plate, starts him with the off-speed, that's there for a strike. And it's 0-1 now on Kraminski.
Great pitch by Chris Lazar there, finding the outside corner with the off-speed, just broke back and caught the corner.
Working from the stretch with the runner on. Here is the pitch from Lazar. This one hit over to third base on a hop. Brownlee not going to be able to score, but the ball is dropped. Throw to 1. Kraminski let up a little bit there, and he's thrown out at first for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, that ball was bobbled by Mattingly Romanen over at third base. When he fielded it, he checked back at Cleveland Brownlee just to make sure he was not going to be running. And I don't know if Kraminski was running a full 100% the whole way, but I thought he was going to be able to beat that one out. Good throw by Romanen, though, to get the second out of the bottom of the fourth.
So Jacob Newton will come to the plate here. He's already scored a run for the Majors and batted one in as well, back in the second. And now he's got to do so with 2 outs against the lefty Lazar on the mound. Chops this one out to second base, picked up. He's hustling down the line to throw to 1 in time to get him. So the Jackfish get out of the fourth inning here. The Majors unable to score after the leadoff man reached. It is a 2-1 ball game. The Majors leading as we go to break here on MajorsTV.
Do you know where your food comes from? Like where it really comes from? It comes from farms, farmers, and their families. At Healthy Eats, we believe if we wouldn't serve it to our families, we wouldn't serve it to yours. From farm to folks, we do things the way they're meant to be.
Here we go.
Believe me, you've never heard a talk show like this.
I'm sleeping with Joe Carter. By the way, Joe did not touch the ball.
Yeah, I have to say, like, your voice is fantastic.
Meet Smitty
Listen, I'm the brains here.
and Mitty.
And I'm the good-looking funny one.
This is the Smitty Mitty Show.
Catch new episodes of the Smitty and Mitty Show wherever you get your podcasts. Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home. Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and athletes. Whether it's the London Knights, Nationals, or Lightning, or even your London Majors, Game Day London has you covered. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com. Game Day London, a proud sponsor of your London Majors.
That Park in downtown London, Ontario. The Welland Jackfish and the London Majors. A good shot at the moon here on this gorgeous Sunday night. The kids just finishing up the water balloon toss. Is that what was going down on the field there, Dylan? I'll be honest, I was not paying attention.
I wasn't really either, Noah. If it was the water balloon toss, which I think it was, because they've got a bucket over there, and that typically indicates that there were water balloons involved in the situation. Looks like we've got a very happy winner right there, and a couple of the kids are yelling at each other. They're upset that they didn't win.
Jose Arias back out to the mound here. The Majors pressured a little bit in the bottom half of the fourth, but they were unable to get any more runs across for him, and it is still just a 2-1 lead for the Majors as we go to the top half of the fifth inning. And it'll be the top of the order to lead things off here for the Jackfish. Gio Morello here in the top half of inning number 5. Morello into that crouch stance from the left side, and now the first pitch delivery from Arias will be the fastball missing off the plate. Count goes to 1-0 now. Missing again is Arias, and now 2-0 here on the Jackfish leadoff man in the inning and in the ballgame.
Yeah, Morello ahead in this count, 2 balls and no strikes. He's done a good job of working Jose Arias, and has struck out twice, but he's put up good at-bats.
And now he's going to lace one out into left center field. Morello can run. We'll see how fast the Majors get it in. It's bobbled. Morello's going to go for 2, and he'll be in there. One little mistake can cost you 90 feet there as Morello moves up. A leadoff single, and then moving up to second base on the error in center to start the fifth inning.
A great piece of hitting there by Gio Morello, going with that pitch and lining it into center field. And Starling Joseph just kind of booted that baseball, which allows Morello to move up to second base. He's got plenty of speed, as you mentioned, Noah, and it was going to be interesting to see whether he was going to test the arm of Starling Joseph right off the bat. And then once it was bobbled, he was going to get in there pretty easily. A good throw from Joseph, but it was too late, and now there's a runner in scoring position for Welland.
Corner's going to play in here. Perrier, especially at first base, to protect against the bunt. First pitch to Porcelato will miss inside, and the count 1-0.
Porcelato in the ball game has struck out looking in his first trip to the plate, and then singled on a ground ball to shortstop.
Arias taking his time on the mound as he grabs his sign. His delivery, he is going to miss as well. Now 2-0 to Porcelato.
So 2 straight batters he's fallen behind 2-0 on, and that puts the hitters in a great spot. 2-0 is a great hitter's count to work with, and so no surprise that Morello was able to get a piece of that baseball and drive it to center field. We'll see what Porcelato can do here in a good spot.
Here is the 2-0 delivery. Big swing and a miss by Porcelato. Arias came with the fastball on the outer edge, and the count moves to 2-1.
Looked like a pretty similar plan against Porcelato that he had against Morello, because he went with the fastball on the outside corner in this trip to the plate, on this batter, just like he did on the last one. And Morello was able to go with it and drive it to left center field the opposite way. Porcelato, not quite, as he came up empty on the swing.
Taking his time to check on the runner. Comes to the plate, called a strike on 2-1. And now it's 2-2.
Porcelato not a fan of that call. He thought it was probably a little bit low, maybe even inside, and he does not get the call he was looking for. Arias will certainly take that as it moves to 2-2.
Arias here looking for a big punch out. A big out number 1 if he can find a good pitch here against Porcelato. 2-2 delivery. Just missing bottom of the zone. And the count moves to full.
Yeah, that one just missed by Jose Arias. A pretty decent pitch there with 2 strikes, trying to get the chase, trying to get him to swing and miss at a pitch that was low, but no bite from Porchelato at the plate. A good job laying off a tough pitch.
Arias ready now. Mullen sets up. Outside corner. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Oh, and what a big strikeout there for Jose Arias. Number 9 in the ball game. And there's one gone.
That is a huge strikeout for Jose Arias right there, getting the swing and a miss on a fastball up and away after falling behind Porchelato, 2 balls and no strikes. He knew he was going to have to battle back, and he possibly got helped by that strike 2 call from the home plate umpire that Porchelato thought was low, but a fantastic job by Jose Arias executing his pitches, putting them in the right spots, and getting a swing and a miss for strike 3. Not only do you get a big first out, but you avoid the ball being put in play where Morello could advance.
Curveball on the ground, but foul, third base side. And Arias gets ahead 0-1 here on Nicholson. He's over 2 in the ball game so far, but the Majors got to be careful with him here with a runner in scoring position. And go back to that leadoff single, Dylan, that error, that bobble out in center field. It makes things just so much tougher here in this inning.
Absolutely it does. You got a runner in scoring position, nobody out, 3 chances at least to drive him home.
Pitch missing low. Count evens up at 1 apiece here.
Puts more pressure on the arm out there on the mound. Jose Arias puts more pressure, or takes more pitches away from him, as the pitch count continues to ride up there at 90 pitches through 4 1/3 innings, plus the 2 that he's thrown to Nicholson here. And tough spot to be if you're out there on the mound. They did a good job getting the first out against Porchelato.
A lot of life on that fastball as it swung on and missed by Nicholson, and the count moves to 1-2.
We'll see if Arias comes back with a high fastball. Seemed to work there against Brandon Nicholson. Got a swing and miss, a foul tip really into the glove of Robert Mullen. So 1 ball, 2 strike count. He's got lots of different options. Maybe he tries to bury a curveball and get a chase here.
Look back at 2. Runner goes. Hit on the ground. Shortstop. Picked up by Candell. Runner's going to hold at 3. The throw to 1 in time to get Nicholson. So the Majors get a big second out there, but moving up 90 feet, Gio Morello, who is off on the pitch.
Not a bad call there by the Welland Jackfish, putting the runner in motion with 2 strikes. Of course, Nicholson had to protect the plate, hit that one pretty hard over to shortstop Keith Candell, and he was able to make the play and fire a strike over to first base to get the second out of the top of the 5th inning. And now Morello stands 90 feet away. The infield is back. They just need 1 out to get out of this frame.
So Arias looking to try and work his way through the 5th. Starts with a curveball. That one's fouled off and right into the leg. Once again, that upper leg, it looks like, of Robert Mullen. Well, taking a little bit of an extra second here.
Yeah, that one, tough one for a catcher because it hurts. It definitely hurts, and I don't think a lot of people understand that it does really hurt when those foul balls or those pitches hit you square right in the upper leg or in the unprotected forearm area. So that's tough for Mullen, but he does a good job shaking it off and getting ready for the next pitch.
Up 0-1 now is Jose Arias on the mound. Conker looking to try and bring home a run at 3rd for the Jackfish. This one popped up on the infield. Back is Perrier, ranging over the second baseman, Newton, who makes the catch just beyond first base. And the Jackfish are retired in the top of the 5th inning. The Majors get out of it, still leading 2-1 here on Majors TV.
Great job there by the Majors defense and Majors pitcher Jose Arias after a tough beginning to the inning with a line drive single for Gio Morello that he hit hard into center field, and then it kind of ate up Starling Joseph a little bit out in center for the Majors. Joseph bowled it, allowed Morello to get into second base, but Arias once again pitched out of it, got the strikeout of Porchelato, got the ground out from Brandon Nicholson, and then a pop out there from the cleanup hitter, Sam Cocker.
Dylan, we talked at the pregame show tonight about this ball game. Two high-power offenses coming in here, and both of them, really so far, have been held fairly quiet. The Majors leading 2-1 right now, just 6 hits combined. The Majors have just 2 hits themselves, and the pitching has been good so far, but you get a feeling with the pitch count of Arias, the Jackfish already into the bullpen. We'll see how long this lasts and if the bats can start to come alive for both these clubs.
Yeah, you can imagine Welland's probably going to break into that Majors bullpen pretty soon, and we'll see what the bullpen's able to do against this tough lineup. Obviously, Arias, one of the aces of this Majors staff, he's been off such a great start to his season for London. Definitely a guy who can shut down an offense like he's been doing so far. But the bullpen is a little more volatile for the Majors, and we'll see what they're able to do here with the bullpen once the Majors dip into it. It looks like nobody is throwing right now for London, so I think it'll be Arias' inning when we come back for the 6th, but still to be determined for London.
2-1, the London Majors lead here as we go to the bottom half of inning number 5. Noah Smith, Dylan Baker calling the action for you here on this gorgeous Sunday night in London from the Game Day London broadcast booth here at Labatt Memorial Park. 2 runs on 2 hits so far. The Majors do have a couple of errors so far. That last one in the top half of the 5th inning, Dylan, shows how important it is to make clean plays out in the field, as it made that inning a lot tougher than I think it could have been for the Majors on defense.
Yeah, great job by the Majors wiggling out of that frame, and despite the fact there was that booted ball on the first play, still managed to get the outs that they needed to and reset, get back on offense.
So the Majors will come to the bats here, bottom half of inning number 5. Dan Perrier will lead things off, and then Keith Candell right behind him.
Dan Perrier struck out in his first trip to the plate, struck out swinging on an off-speed pitch in the dirt. So he'll be looking to fare a little better here against Chris Lazar, a lefty, perhaps a more favorable matchup to the big Majors first baseman.
Lazar ready on the mound to go here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. First pitch to Dan Perrier is going to miss low. 1-0 now here on the Majors' big first baseman. Lazar ready again. Pitch and a huge cut at that one by Perrier, but he's well out in front of it, 1-1.
Back-to-back off-speed pitches there from Chris Lazar. He's faced 3 batters in his outing to this point and has started all 3 of them with an off-speed pitch, 2 in a row now to Perrier.
1-1. Perrier ripped over to third, takes a funny hop. Nice block to keep it from going to the outfield, but Perrier is going to stroll into first base with a leadoff single here in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
You could tell with the way that ball was hit, it was going to take a hop that was going to be tough for the third baseman, Roman, into field. And on that one, you've got to make a decision early, whether you're going to charge that baseball, try to get it on a big hop, or whether you're going to back up and wait for it. And I think right there, Roman kind of got caught in the middle, and that'll be ruled a single because it's a tough play for him to make. And so Dan Perrier reaches and will be lifted for a pinch runner. That is Drew Lawrence coming in for the Majors.
So Drew Lawrence will come in to pinch run for Dan Perrier, whose leadoff single will get the Majors started here in the bottom of the 5th. So we'll see some defensive changes when we come back out for the top half of the 6th. And you imagine Lawrence will slot out to the outfield, and probably Byron Reichstein will come in to play first base, but we'll wait before that becomes official.
That's what you'd assume. You'd think probably Joseph slides over to right, Wilkie to center, Lawrence to left if they want to keep the guys in their most comfortable positions, and Reichstein will move over to first base, but we'll see what the Majors have in store.
This one's going to be bunted towards first base. Candell can run, but he's going to be tagged out at first there. Moving up to second base is Drew Lawrence. So it works to exactly how the Majors want it to. Drew Lawrence is up to second base with 1 gone here as the Majors go back to the top of the order.
A good job by Keith Candell on that last bunt. He had one goal in mind, and that was to bunt it down the first base line. I'm not sure if he was feeling that Natalie Romano might have had a shot to turn 2, but he was holding that bat back and really stabbed at that baseball to get it down the first base line and to get it down hard as well. Maybe he was aiming for the second base area where it can be kind of no man's land. And if that bunt took Hogan Brown off the base a little bit more, he probably beats that out because it was the tag that got Candell, not a throw to first. A good bunt by Keith there, gets the job done, moves Lawrence to second.
This one, just a little check swing at it, bobbled at second base. Wilkie hustling to 1, and not in time to get him is the throw from Porcelato. So a couple of bounces on the infield for the Jackfish this inning have caused problems. That one ruled an error, however, and moving up to third base is Drew Lawrence. The Majors have runners at the corners with one gone.
Yeah, that was a bit of a strange play because Austin Wilkie check swung at that baseball, and it was a bit of a pop fly for a moment. I think Porcelato thought about coming in to field that baseball, trying to catch it in the air, and it dropped in front of him. Drew Lawrence got a great read at second base, saw that ball was dropping quickly, was able to move up to third. So Lawrence is going to get to third base no matter what, but the hop ate up Porcelato, and now there's runners on the corners.
First pitch, off-speed pitch to Byron Reichstein will be fouled off.
Byron did a good job of getting a piece of that one there for the Majors. We'll see if the Majors maybe employ some Toronto Maple Leaf style baseball, try to get that run home if you steal Wilkie and send Lawrence.
Both of those guys have speed. We saw that on Friday night here at Labatt Park. The visiting Toronto Maple Leafs using some speed on the base pass. Reichstein will crush that one, but he's well out in front of the off-speed pitch. As that foul ball finds its way out towards the wooden fence beyond the outfield wall, and the count moves to 0-2.
Lazar throwing a lot of breaking balls, a lot of off-speed to this point in his outing for Welland, and right there another example of it as Byron Reichstein well ahead of that baseball. He hit it a long way, but in the box score, it just registers a foul ball like any other foul ball.
Lazar well up on Reichstein, and now time will be called at the plate. Quick check from Lazar over to first base. That's where Austin Wilkie stands. Drew Lawrence is at third. 0-2 count here on Byron Reichstein. Pitch to the plate. Going to miss low to the Majors outfielder. And the count moves to 1-2.
That's a really tough take for Byron Reichstein, and a really good job at the plate laying off of that pitch. Not only is it a lefty, so it's coming from a tough angle for him, but that's a very good off speed from Chris Lazar that just kind of dropped in there, and Byron is able to see it low.
And that one is into the glove there of Cocker, a strikeout of Byron Reichstein. And that is a big first down here. Second out for the Jackfish on the strikeout to Reichstein. And they will get a mound visit. Looks like Brian Essery coming out to the hill.
Nobody up in the bullpen, so possibly just Essery talking it over with his pitcher, Chris Lazar. And a great job there retiring Byron Reichstein. A good curveball, and was able to get the swing and a miss from a tough Majors hitter right there for a big second out, as you touched on, Noah. He's got runners on the corners still, 2 away. Robert Mullen at the plate. He's not out of the woods yet, and I think that's the message that Essery's going to deliver here. Something along those lines. You got to stay locked in right now against this Majors lineup, because you got the 3-hitter Robert Mullen. If you don't get him, you got the 4-hitter Cleveland Brownlee. If you don't get him, you got Starling Joseph, who's batting 5th. So,
well, interesting as well there, Dylan. They brought the entire infield into that conversation. So right away that tells me that they're not just talking about how they're going to face Robert Mullen here, right? They're going to talk about what they're going to do if these runners do take off.
Yeah, they want to plan for it just in case. With 2 outs, the Majors may be a little more willing to take some risks. Although you do have a runner over at third base for Robert Mullen, you trust him to drive him home. And they're probably game planning what they want to do in a first-third situation if Wilkie is on the move. We didn't see him run at all in that at-bat for Byron Reichstein.
Mullen ripped it, but foul, as Lawrence had to dodge out of the way of that one. He's got to make sure he stays in foul territory with Mullen at the dish here.
Absolutely, especially with the amount of off-speed pitches that Chris Lazar is throwing. Mullen ahead of a lot of them, just like a lot of the Majors hitters have been to this point, and he's got to make sure he doesn't get hit and fair, or else he's out.
Got a 0-1 count here on Robert Mullen. Lazar readies himself on the mound. Now comes to the plate. Mullen hits that one, but foul down the line. And it will make its way out of play, moving the count to 0-2.
Another good swing for the Majors, but another one that's just launched foul because Mullen so far ahead of that pitch from Lazar. It's coming in so slowly with the off-speed there and couldn't do anything with it.
Good spot here for Lazar. Still a dangerous bat at the plate in Robert Mullen. Mullen's 0 for 2 so far in tonight's contest. Big at bat here. Pitch to the plate. Mullen once again fouled off. You can tell that he is way out in front by these fouls that he's had through the first 3 pitches of the at bat. Lazar not nearly as fast to the plate as even Hummel that we saw to start the ball game.
Yeah, Hummel was humming it in there. pun fully intended on that one. And Lazar has been really mixing it up, mixing speeds very well, mixing pitches very well, and the velocity drop has been pretty significant. A lot of these major hitters are well ahead.
Once again on 0-2. This one hit on the ground, up the middle. Going to be a tough play. Reaching for, got to go to one. Mullen's going to be there in time. He's safe at first, and a run comes in to score.
That's a great job by Robert Mullen, hustling down the line, trying to beat that baseball out. He hit it right back up the middle. It was going to be a really tough play for Porcelato. Probably easier for Smybert to make over as the shortstop cutting across to make that play and make a good throw over to first base. But Porcelato was the only one who had a shot at it. I think it bounced right over Smybert's head, and he was kind of headed towards the bag. So Porcelato played that baseball basically right up the middle, and he was going to have to make a perfect throw. He had to set himself. He didn't want to throw on the run. In the time that it took him to set himself and then execute a good throw, Mullen was able to beat it out.
So Cleveland Brownlee comes to the plate here for London. Still 2 gone, bottom of the 5th inning. Majors have a couple of guys on. Curveball starts the at-bat to Brownlee, but misses off the plate, 1-0.
Good take there by Cleveland, laying off the off-speed.
Lazar going to try to stay away from the bat of Brownlee, you can imagine. Try not to leave one over the plate. Here's the 1-0, and a huge cut there by Brownlee, who's well out in front of it, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, Cleveland way ahead of that pitch, just like a lot of his teammates have been. We saw Byron Reitschein well ahead of it. Robert Mullen was ahead of it as well. Cleveland's got to wait back on these off-speed pitches from Lazar because he knows he's going to be getting a steady dose of them.
Ready for the 1-1 pitch. Here's Lazar to the plate. Brownlee well out in front of it again. And the count moves to 1-2. He's got to try to make some adjustments here and wait back. We have seen a very consistent amount of off-speed pitches so far.
Absolutely, and these are two guys who have been around the Intercounty Baseball League for a long time. Lazar knows what he's got to do to strike out Cleveland Brownlee here, and he feels that's a steady dose of off-speed.
1-2. Speeds things up a little bit, but it's in the dirt to Brownlee, who takes that one and moves the count to 2-2. Nice block by Cocker behind the plate.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is give these majors base runners another 90 feet and put 2 guys in scoring position instead of just the one in Austin Wilkie. So if Brownlee does get a base hit here, it's likely only Wilkie scores unless he can put it in the gaps. If that ball got past Cocker, then all of a sudden you run into a situation where you've got 2 guys that can come in on just a simple single up the middle.
Lazar trying to get the Jackfish back in on the bats here. It's a 2-2 count on Cleveland Brownlee. Pitch to the plate. Brownlee right back up the middle. Lazar gets a glove on it. The throw to one will be in time to get Brownlee. And the Fish get out of it here with just the one coming across the score in the bottom of inning number 5. It is a 3-1 London Majors lead here on Majors TV. Dylan Baker will be on the call when we come back for inning number 6.
My name's Tiffany Creasy, and I take care of the sales and marketing at Rickard Promotions and Recognition. Some of the things that we do at Rickard Promotions and Recognition is we bring your brand to life. We kind of put your logo on anything that you can give away or brand, and we can service clients right across Canada. At Rickard Promotions Recognition, we can take care of your designing of your logo for any artwork that you need done for the branding. And a lot of people don't realize we can do that here. We also have our in-house production that we take care of your order from start to finish right here at our one location. So with keeping everything in-house from graphic design to in-house production, we're able to get you your order a lot quicker with faster turnaround time. We'll help gather your ideas together, give you some options to kind of narrow down the search for you, whether it be from your apparel to promotional products. And from there, we'll get your mock-ups done, proofs done, order done, and the quality control is right there all along the way for you.
So tell me where it hides. I know I got some lightning currents running through me. I found that silver lining on the inside of me. Yeah.
Welcome back to Labatt Park. Sixth inning about to get underway here between the Majors and the Welland Jackfish from the Game Day London broadcast booth here at Labatt. Dizzy bat race just completed on the field. One of the participants took a pretty big spill as he reached Paul Costa, the Game Day coordinator for the London Majors, and hope everyone's all right down there, Noah.
Dylan, all those games they play on the field, dizzy bat, the one I would least like to do.
Yeah.
Keep me out of the line for that one. I'm not interested. It is just going to end in me falling on my face. Almost guaranteed.
Now, Noah, if you did the dizzy bat contest, and we see a lot of different participants in this contest as the games go along, would you be one of the guys who kind of gives it half the effort that it's required, where they're not really bent over and not really spinning around at their full strength? Or if you were doing the dizzy bat, Noah, would you get right down there, put the bat on the ground, and start spinning around like a maniac?
Oh, when I do it, I'm going to go all out. But there's no doubt about that. It's just a matter of if I'm going to be safe in doing so. I have a feeling it wouldn't be very safe for myself or the other participants near me.
Well, listen, if we're doing a dizzy bat race, Noah, I'm not putting any kids with you or with me out there. It's going to have to be an all-adult dizzy bat race if we're going to participate. I say that being very much not an adult. Jose Arias back out there on the mound for the Majors for his sixth inning of work, up at 94 pitches through 5 innings.
Yeah, we know he can throw upwards 130 probably at the top end of where we're going to want to see him get to, as long as everything is going well, of course, in the ball game. So that means for the Majors, 1 inning, 2 at absolute best still out of Jose Arias here, which means the bullpen probably, if they get anybody on in this inning, I say we'll probably get some people going.
James Smybert at the plate for the Welland Jackfish. The first offering from Jose Arias is in there for a called strike one. Get the defensive changes. Drew Lawrence will take over in right, so no shifting everybody over. Here's the 0-1. That's in there as well, so a called strike two.
Yeah, they'll keep things in the outfield as they were to start the ball game. We thought, Starling Joseph's played a lot of right field, Drew a lot of left field, and Austin Wilkie a lot of center field. We thought they might have swapped them around to where they're a little bit more comfortable, but they're going to keep them where they have been for the first 5 innings of this ball game.
The 0-2 on its way. Smybert fights it off and fouls it straight back. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes.
Of course, Byron Reichstein will come in to play first base. He's comfortable there. He's played there already this year for the Majors.
Looking in his Arias. Still holding on, and now into the windup he goes. The 0-2 on its way. That's in the dirt and inside for ball one. Noah, for a moment there, because of how long Arias was holding on to that baseball, I thought Smybert was going to call time at the plate.
And we've already seen that so far throughout the course of the night on both sides of things, and we've seen it against Arias on the hill. There's times where he does work fairly quick. He gets the pace going, but then there's certainly times where he slows himself down, gathers himself. I was one of those times.
Here's the 1-2. That's in the dirt as well. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now on the Jackfish shortstop.
Arias, one thing tonight that, if you're going to be picky about a start that has been as good as it has been the amount of times that he's gone up 0-2 on guys and then thrown 2-3 consecutive balls right after that. It's part of the reason why his pitch count is now nearing 100.
Just trying to be a little bit too fine out there. Here's the 2-2 from Arias on its way. Smybert fouls that one off. And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes as Jose Arias clocks in his 100th pitch of the ball game.
Still no action down in the Majors bullpen, as we mentioned, with that pitch count now up over 100. Nothing more than a little bit of mulling around.
2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Into the windup goes Arias, looking to put Smybert away. Here's the pitch on the ground towards first. Going to be a tough play for Reichstein. He bobbles it. Arias gets to the bag. The throw is not in time. Arias showing a little bit of frustration over at first base. And there's a runner on first with nobody out.
That's a tough play there. Reichstein, who's fresh into the position of first base there, coming in from the outfield. He's played there before. He's comfortable at first base, but I think, Dylan, that's probably one where he might have been better off to let Newton come over and grab that one. stay home at first base, and the Majors might have had an out there.
Yeah, we saw Byron and Jacob conversing there as they walked back to their respective positions, likely talking about maybe next time leaving that for Jacob Newton, the Majors' second baseman. There's a runner at first base with nobody out here in the top of the 6th inning. As Arias comes set out there on the mound, takes a peek back over at 1. Here's the offering. That's going to be upstairs for ball 1 to Ethan Hunt.
Jackfish, after getting a run back in the top half of inning number 4, have now found themselves back trailing 2 runs here. But getting the leadoff man on, a good step for them to try and battle back, get some runs across.
Hunt getting ready in the batter's box. Arias peeks over at first. Here's the 1-0. That's going to miss high as well. So 2 straight misses above the strike zone. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
Just the command a little bit, especially on that fastball. Missing upstairs and falling behind 2-0.
2 balls, no strikes, nobody out. Runner at first for Welland. The offering from the Majors right-hander is in there for a called strike 1. So after falling behind, he gets back into the count there with a strike.
That's what you needed there. You throw 2 straight balls to start the at-bat, and then you come back with a fastball across the zone. Part of the order here where I don't got to say you can't be just throwing fastballs down the middle there, but be aggressive. Make them hit the fastball.
2-1 is cut on and missed on another fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
So from 2-0 to 2-2. Now a chance to try and find the put-away pitch. And if I'm Arias here, you got to stick with the fastball. Try and throw it over the outside edge. Still got enough juice left to throw it by him.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the offering. In the air, foul territory. Arias chasing after it. Reichstein moving over. He calls for it, and he overran it. So the ball drops into foul territory, and the count remains 2-2 as Hunt gets a new life at the plate.
Big for the Jackfish there. A drop ball. Reichstein had to run a long way to get that one ranged over and actually got to the spot he needed to be in, overran it by about 2 steps. And by the time he realized his mistake was too far back to reach and get it. And you just hope for the Majors that that doesn't result in an extra life for Hunt where he can keep the good start to this inning for Welland alive.
Coming set is Arias. Here's another 2-2 on its way. Fouled straight back at the screen. Even if Hunt does not do damage here with this new life that he's been given, it's making Arias throw a lot more pitches.
A couple extra pitches here, a couple extra pitches there. I talked about how many 0-2 counts he's had where he's then took it to 2-2 and 3-2. The Jackfish have also done a fantastic job at fouling off 2-strike pitches. Over the course of the ballgame, he's probably thrown an extra 20 pitches just on 2-strike counts where the Jackfish have fouled them off.
Getting his lead over at first is Smybert. Here's the 2-2 on its way from Arias. Fouled off once again.
So staying alive there, good job by Hunt at the plate. Looks like it's been fastball, fastball, and fastball. 2-2, you do have a pitch to work with here if you want to try and bury that curveball in the dirt or even try to just keep it low in the zone. I think at this point you got to try and switch something up.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Arias shakes once, gets the sign he wants. Going to look to put away Hunt after a long battle. Here's the offering. Checked his swing. Doesn't matter. Called strike 3. Jose Arias sets down another batter in this ballgame. That's strikeout number 10 as he makes his way into double digits in this great outing.
They didn't change things up in terms of the pitch, but they did change it up in terms of the location. Fastball, bottom of the zone, and they got the big strikeout there for out number 1. It's a big out for Arias, but with the pitch count where it is, we will see a little bit of movement down in the Majors bullpen now. As Romanin comes to the plate, he's 1 for 2. He's RBI singles, scored the Jackfish lone run so far of the game.
Runner over at first base, 1 out. Here's the offering from Arias. inside corner, just missed it. Robert Mullen thought he had it, and it's ball one. Arias was hoping he would have it as well.
Good location to come to on the first pitch of the at-bat, but Romanin, a good take on that inside fastball.
1 ball, no strikes. 1 out, runner at first. The offering from Arias. On the ground towards shortstop. Candell makes the play off the hop. Flips to Newton. Throw to first. In time. Double play to end the inning. So a tailor-made double play, well executed by Candell, Newton, and Reichstein to end this inning.
A great job there by the Majors to roll the double play ball. It gets them out of the inning, and they head to the bottom half of inning number 6 here, still holding on to that 3-1 lead. And that's exactly where you need that double play ball. Fantastic work. Heading into the bottom half of the 6th inning, the Majors see if they can try to add on some runs here against Chris Lazar, who goes back out to the hill. You see there on your screen the meeting. Rup Chandat trying to get his guys fired up there. Get on the bats here. They know that they can get some runs across the board into the Jackfish bullpen, but they're going to have to start having some quality at-bats at the plate.
Yes, they are. No, they've got a chance to extend this lead right here. They've got a good spot of the order to do it. Starling Joseph, Gibson Kerminski, and Jacob Newton, followed by Drew Lawrence, Keith Candell on the top of the order. So the Majors can still absolutely do damage in this spot and try to extend their lead, give themselves a little more insurance than what they've got right now, with the bullpen likely coming in very soon.
Yeah, exactly. Jose Arias Knight, I don't think it's over just yet, but you can tell that he's probably heading into his final inning of work in the 7th when he heads back out there. If he does, as the Majors now will get some arms throwing down in the bullpen.
I believe that's Braden Farrington.
Yeah, it looks like he's the first guy up to start throwing.
Had a great outing on Friday night against Toronto, so Rup Chandat looking to ride the hot hand. No, usually Braden Farrington's got the high socks working, but today he does not, so confused me for a moment there.
Sometimes he just likes to switch things up, and first thing that comes to mind is maybe he forgot the high socks, but that is not Braden Farrington. If it is like that, it is by design. Good look at there as he's throwing in the bullpen, getting loose, and good pace at it there, so possibly getting ready to come into the ball game in the 7th, but we'll wait and see before the official move is made.
Not pitching just yet, still loosening up out there in the bullpen, so he could be ready for that 7th inning, but we'll see if Arias is going to be called back out there for the Majors by Rup Chandat, as Chris Lazar is ready out there on the mound for Welland. Starling Joseph will lead things off for London. Joseph 1 for 2 in the ball game today, ripped a single earlier on in his first trip to the plate. Could have been a double if Ethan Hunt wasn't playing so deep in left field. He was able to hold him to a base hit, so great positioning by the Welland Jackfish there. Joseph digs into the batter's box. Lazar looks in for the sign. Here's the first offering as we begin the bottom of the 6th inning. Joseph takes that one low, and he was leaning forward. He wanted that pitch. I think he wanted to wait back on it as well.
Yeah, he's going to try his best here, and we saw that with both Mullen at the plate and Brownlee at the plate in the bottom half of inning number 5. They were trying to wait as much as they could, and they were still way out in front of it there. It does take a lot of work to try and hold back your swing. As you can see there by Joseph, he was actually still out in front of that, and he waited a ton.
Oh, yeah, Starling Joseph waited way back on that pitch, but he was well ahead of it, and it's a ball and a strike now from Chris Lazar. Wants to reset the signs here with his catcher, Sam Cocker. Here's the 1-1 on its way. That's going to miss low. 2 balls and a strike.
Key here for Joseph. He's such a good hitter at going the other way here. No matter how much he waits, I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. So you just got to wait back enough here to try and drive it up the middle if you can, and even then you'll still probably end up pulling it.
That one misses. 3 balls and a strike.
Of course, you could also just try and draw a walk to get on base. That'll do the exact same thing to start the inning.
Lazar gets the sign he wants, into the windup he goes. A 3-1 on its way. That's going to miss high for ball 4. So Starling Joseph will lead off the bottom of the 6th with a walk. And Gibson Kraminski comes up to the plate.
Good start to the inning there for Starling Joseph as he draws the walk. And Gibson Kraminski will come to the plate now, hitting from the right side, of course. Majors have had their opportunities throughout the ball game, getting leadoff guys on, getting good guys in scoring position. And aside from really that Newton double that scored a run, there hasn't been a whole lot of timely hitting so far.
Major's going to look to be a little more clutch in this spot. Kraminski, the first guy, I should say, to see Chris Lazar for a second time. He squared around to bunt, pulled back. Pitch was in the dirt for ball 1. We'll see if the bunt is back on here on the 1-0 pitch. Lazar steps off the mound, I believe.
Well, we got Brian Essery coming out of the Jackfish dugout now and joined by another member of the coaching staff. This might be an injury check-in on Lazar. The umpire will join them, so if that is the case and they're checking on the arm, then it won't count as a mound visit.
Lazar took his glove off, I believe. Didn't have it on for a moment as he's being checked out right now. And he's going to be done.
Yeah, he's going to leave the ball game here. So the Jackfish will go to the bullpen here. We'll wait and see who that is after the injury to Lazar.
So Chris Lazar exits the ball game here for the Welland Jackfish, and we will take a break. We'll have the new arm when we come back here on MajorsTV.
Do you know where your food comes from? Like where it really comes from? It comes from farms, farmers, and their families. At Healthy Eats, we believe if we wouldn't serve it to our families, we wouldn't serve it to yours. From farm to folks, we do things the way they're meant to be.
Here we go.
Believe me, you've never heard a talk show like this.
I'm sleeping with Joe Carter. By the way, Joe did not touch the ball.
Yeah, I have to say, like, your voice is fantastic.
Meet Smitty
Listen, I'm the brains here.
and Mitty.
And I'm the good-looking funny one.
This is the Smitty Mitty Show.
Catch new episodes of the Smitty and Mitty Show wherever you get your podcasts. Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home. Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and athletes. Whether it's the London Knights, Nationals, or Lightning, or even your London Majors, Game Day London has you covered. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com. Game Day London, a proud sponsor of your London Majors.
Welcome back to Labatt Park here. Majors and Jackfish on Majors TV as you get another look at the moon. If you haven't had enough of those already,
I think that's number 3 so far, shots of the moon. But
it's a great.
When you got the good camera angles, give the people what they want.
Exactly.
And I know we don't see it in the chat yet, but the people soon are going to be screaming, give us the moon shots.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for it in the chat. Listen, it's a great look at the moon right now here at Labatt Park. You've got a great view of it, not a cloud in the sky. It's a beautiful night for baseball. Temperature is fantastic. I mean, just perfect weather for ball, and great that you can see the stars and the moon up in the sky. After Chris Lazar exited due to an injury, the Welland Jackfish brought in a new arm, and Chris Bowato is on the mound for Welland, Noah.
Yeah, Chris Bowato going to come into the game, so the Majors don't get a break from the left-handed pitchers here, but what they do get is a little bit of a change-up, a switch-up, if you will, from Chris Lazar, who was on the mound. Coming in now, Chris Bowato, he's 0-3 in terms of a record so far this year, but he's pitched in 10 games, ERA sitting at 3.80, and he has 3 saves as well so far in his 26 innings pitched on the season. He is a guy that the Jackfish like to rely on here, and they're going to need to probably get some innings out of him here in the back half of this game.
He's a versatile guy as well, can start, can come out of the bullpen as he's doing right now. And He is going to take over for Welland. One of the things that happens, Noah, after an injury causes a pitcher to leave the game is the incoming pitcher gets an unlimited amount of warm-up pitches because they are coming in cold. Chris Bowato was not warming up in that Welland Jackfish bullpen when Chris Lazar got hurt, so he will get a chance right now to throw as many as he needs to get that arm ready to go.
Gibson Kerminski will come in to be the first guy he faces.
With one ball on him already.
Yeah, one ball on him already. And for Kerminski, yet another at-bat where he's got to face some guy fresh out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he was the first guy to face Chris Lazar as well in the 4th inning. And now he's got to be the first guy to face Chris Bowato here in the 6th. And we can confirm that the chat wants the moonshots, Noah.
Now they're asking for it, are they?
We got Thomas telling us we need more moonshots, please.
Give us more moonshots. They will come to you. Those are, for those of you watching at home, those are what we like to call here in the booth scenic shots. We usually like to do those when we come back from commercial breaks. So stay tuned. Don't go away when the commercials come around, because when we come back, we'll try to give the fans more of the moonshots.
If they're popular, you got to give the people what they want. So Gibson Kerminski will step into the batter's box for the Majors once again. He's got a ball on him, and Starling Joseph over at first base. Nobody out in the inning. Just to give you a refresher of the situation, Bowato will immediately pick over to first, and Joseph is back standing.
So Kerminski, who came in, took the first pitch for ball 1, now has to face off against Bowato, who a completely different pitcher from the left side, and now a throw down. Joseph is back easily.
Yes, we're going to miss there from Kerminski, and a throw over to first. So a ball and a strike now on the Majors' third baseman. Different velocity, that's for sure. Not as many off-speed from Bowato. Throws harder than Lazar was throwing in that outing. Coming set as Bowato on the bump looks over. Kerminski will square to bunt, and that is ball 2. No, if you'll recall, all the way back when Lazar was on the mound, Kerminski did square on the first pitch. It just missed for a ball, and then Lazar exited the ball game. Did not square on the first pitch he saw from Bowato, but did on that one.
Not sure how much intent was behind that square around to bunt. Maybe if he got the right pitch, but other than that.
They've got Joseph picked off on a throw over. The tag applied over at second base, and Starling Joseph is caught trying to move up an extra 90 feet there, so nobody on now for Kerminski with one out.
That's tough with a lefty on the hill, Dylan, because what you're looking for, if the steal is on like it must have been for Starling Joseph there, you're going on first movement, and you're hoping that he's not picking over to 1. So as soon as he sees any movement on the mound, Joseph is going to 2, and they had him hung out to dry. A nice throw from 1 to 2, and they got him for a big out there to start the inning.
3 balls, 1 strike now to Gibson Kerminski as Bowato looks into the windup he goes, and that one is fouled straight back by Kerminski, so the count moves to full now.
Full count, and for Kerminski here, after the throw out of Joseph at 2, now you got to be the rally starter here with 1 gone. Trying to find your way on, whether that's a walk, a hit. You got to be the guy to get on base now with 1 gone in the inning.
Into the windup goes Bowato. Here's the 3-2 on its way, just off the outside corner, and Kerminski will pick up 90 feet on the walk.
Well, he takes the walk to get back on base and give the Majors a base runner there, but that was a pretty well-located pitch there by Chris Bowato on the mound. If it missed off the plate or if it missed up, it didn't miss by much. And it's a walk for Kerminski to bring up Jacob Newton.
So Jacob Newton digs into the batter's box, had a big blow for the Majors, line to double into the gap to plate the Majors' first run, then scored the Majors' second run on a wild pitch. So he's had a big ball game for London. He's been so hot at the plate for the Majors as Bowato comes set out there on the mound. Kerminski not running, and that one will miss for ball 1.
Lefty at the plate here, and unfortunately for Jacob Newton, doesn't have the luxury of switching around and hitting from the right side like Kerminski does. So he's got to face off against the tough lefty in Bowato.
Kerminski a good lead at the cut of the grass. That one's well inside on Newton, so the count moves to 2 balls and no strikes. And Noah Crispowato has thrown 7 pitches to this point, and only 2 of them have been strikes.
Yeah, a little bit late settling in there. Of course, the walk to Kerminski there to put him on base, but got to start locating those pitches a little bit better here for Boato out of the bullpen.
Coming set, Boato. Here's the offering. That is fouled off by Newton. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Much better pitch there from Boato, and then Newton put a good swing on it, just fouled it off. Be ready for that one if it does come again on 2-1.
So 2 balls, 1 strike. Kerminski takes his lead over at first base. Boato looks in. Comes set. Here's the offering on its way. That's in there for a called strike 2 to Jacob Newton. So the count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good mix up there on the pitch choice. They went with the off speed, dropped it in there. Newton not quite ready for that one. I think that might have been the first time he's seen it. The count moves to 2-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt for ball 3.
Boato going to ask for a new ball here after that one was picked out of the dirt. Only out of the inning has been that pickoff move to get Starling Joseph. Aside from that, it's been a couple of walks, and now a 3-2 count here on Newton.
Full count, 1 out. We'll see if maybe they try to give Kerminski a start here. Boato's thinking along the same lines, and Gibson Kerminski is back over to first base.
I don't know if after the pickoff move for the first out, if you have any intentions of putting Kerminski in motion here.
Would be a risk because Boato's not afraid to throw over. He's not moving. Newton flares that one into shallow left. It's going to drop in for a base hit, and Kerminski pulls into second base. So a looper of a single for Jacob Newton, has 2 on for the Majors with 1 away.
Just threw the bat at that one, was able to get enough to loop it over top of the shortstop Smybert's head into shallow left field, and the lefty gets aboard here, and the Majors have a couple of runners on. As I believe we'll get a pinch hitter. Phil Whalen is going to draw in here, and this was the spot that Drew Lawrence took over as a pinch runner for Dan Perrier.
So Phil Whalen will come into the ball game for the London Majors to take over for Drew Lawrence at the plate. And you'll likely see him possibly move over to first and put Byron Reichstein back in the outfield. We'll see what the plan is for Roop Janadat. He's got a lot of options. Whalen's a versatile guy. Kerminski stands at second. Newton over at first base. First pitch to Phil Whalen is cut on and missed for strike 1.
Good cut at that first pitch fastball from Boato. Just a little bit behind it. We'll try to speed up that swing if it comes again.
Boato looks in, will come set. Here's the offering. Cut on and missed once more by Whalen. 0-2.
Almost the exact same pitch there, Dylan. Maybe a little bit more outside toward the outer edge of the plate, but it's a strike. Good pitch by Boato. They're just coming right at him here. Attacking Whalen at the plate, saying you got to hit it.
No balls, 2 strikes. Lots of options here for Boato. Here's the offering. That's in there, right there for a called strike 3. And Chris Boato's got 2 out with 2 on.
Big strikeout for Boato there on the mound, and he just comes right at him with the fastball. Whalen off the bench. A couple good hacks on the first 2 pitches, and then probably guessing, expecting that curveball on strike number 3, but Boato right back with the fastball. Big strikeout. There's 2 gone.
So Keith Candell, the number 9 hitter for the Majors, steps into the batter's box. 2 out, 2 on. Majors going to look to tack on some more insurance here in this inning. Here's the pitch. That's going to miss for ball 1.
So Keith Candell is going to be tasked with trying to keep the Majors inning alive here and try to drive in a run. 0 for 1 so far in the ball game.
Coming set as Boato takes a peek back. Swung on and missed by Keith Candell. A ball and a strike.
Another good rip at a Chris Boato fastball, this time by Keith Candell. Can't catch up, and the count moves to 1-1.
One ball, one strike, 2 out. Here's the pitch. That's right there to Candell. A ball and 2 strikes now.
Majors right now, I'm not sure if it's just the release of Boato. They're not used to seeing it yet, but it seems like these guys at the plate guessing wrong on the fastball and curveball combinations they're seeing from Boato so far.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Here's the pitch. That's well outside. Candell holds up his runners as Cocker spins back.
That one enough off the plate that Candell didn't even have to really think about swinging. Count moves to 2-2. We ready for the fastball, and if he comes with a break-in ball, adjust to it, try to fight it off.
Here's the 2-2 on its way. Candell swings and misses. Boato's fired up as he walks off the mound after that strikeout, and the side is retired in the bottom of the 6th inning. We head to the top of the 7th here on Majors TV. London leads 3-1.
My name's Tiffany Creasy, and I take care of the sales and marketing at Rickard Promotions and Recognition. Some of the things that we do at Rickard Promotions and Recognition is we bring your brand to life. We kind of put your logo on anything that you can give away or brand, and we can service clients right across Canada. At Rickard Promotions Recognition, we can take care of your designing of your logo for any artwork that you need done for the branding. And a lot of people don't realize we can do that here. We also have our in-house production that we take care of your order from start to finish right here at our one location. So with keeping everything in-house from graphic design to in-house production, we're able to get you your order a lot quicker with a faster turnaround time. We'll help gather your ideas together, give you some options to kind of narrow down the search for you, whether it be from your apparel to promotional products. And from there, we'll get your mock-ups done, proofs done, order done, and the quality control is right there all along the way for you.
So tell me where it hides. I know I got some lightning currents running through me. I found that silver lining on the inside of me.
Ask and you shall receive. Welcome back to Labatt Park. We're up in the Game Day London broadcast booth. You've got a view of the Game Day London broadcast moon, Noah? Is that what we're calling it right now? As we get another great shot.
Get the moon shots are back.
They're back. Top of the 7th inning. Maybe we'll start ever getting with the moon shot from here on out in this ball game, just because people in the chat love them so much. As the Majors lead 3-1, and we've got a new arm out there for London.
Yeah, the Majors go to the bullpen here. That is the end of the night for Jose Arias. 6 innings of 1-run ball. Not much more you can ask for that. The only thing that really kept him from coming back out here is the pitch count. We touched on that throughout the course of the ball game. Brent Farrington's going to come in here to pitch for the Majors. Had a very good appearance on Friday night against the Leafs out of the bullpen. He was the second man out of the pen, Dylan, and he did a good job at keeping that game where it was to see if the Majors could come back.
Yeah, Braden Farrington was fantastic on Friday night in relief of Bo Lewington, who came in for Pedro De Los Santos. He pitched 3 1/3, I believe, scoreless innings for London, and was just fantastic in that ball game, keeping it close, allowing the Majors a chance to get back in and tie things up. Unfortunately for London, they were not able to do that. Farrington will have to deal with Matt Hildebrandt, Hogan Brown, and Gio Morello for the Welland Jackfish as Farrington gets set out there on the mound. Here's the pitch. That's going to miss away for ball 1.
We talked about how when Lazar came into the game for the Jackfish, how it was enough of a velocity difference that it might cause some issues for the Majors hitters. Well, this is the Majors version of that. Farrington, not quite the velocity that Jose had to start the ball game.
Swing and a miss right there, so a ball and a strike. Good off speed there from Braden Farrington to get the chase from Hildebrandt. And he looks in now with 1 ball and 1 strike. Nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. The Jackfish DH just does miss, 2-1.
Farrington will work away from hitters, try his best to keep them off balance. Make sure he doesn't leave anything over the inside part of the plate because that's when he can get hit hard. But if he can stay away from there, he can have another good appearance here.
Big cut from Hildebrand. He comes up empty on that swing. The count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Jackfish slugger. Farrington going to look to set down the first man he has to face here. Top of the 7th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Here's the offering. Hildebrand in the air, left center field, chasing after it. Wilkie over there, and he will come down with that baseball for the first out. And we forgot to bring it to you, but defensive changes for the Majors. Phil Welland will take over at first base, and Byron Reichstein goes back to right field.
Yeah, just the one switch there defensively for the Majors. Of course, Welland took the at-bat where Drew Lawrence came in, so Byron Reichstein a quick inning into first base, back out to the outfield. The Majors get a big first out there off the bat of Hildebrand, and now it's Hogan Brown at the bottom of the order.
First pitch to Hogan Brown is going to miss inside for ball 1. Brown 0 for 2 in the ball game today for Welland. Farrington looks in, will come set out there on the mound. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Brown lines that one, going to be a tough play. Newton gets up there and makes a great grab.
What a catch out at second base by Jacob Newton. You could see him timing that one. It was hit hard, but not on a huge line, and he got it when it was just at its peak there for a big second out.
Great play by Jacob Newton over at second base. Getting up and showing off the hops to make that grab. Top of the order will come up now for the Welland Jackfish. And Gio Morello steps up once more. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game today.
Can't overstate how big that is for Farrington and the Majors here in the top half of inning number 7. You have 8, 9, and then the top of the order, and you get those first 2 outs. That's big heading into the top of the Jackfish order.
Here's the first pitch from Farrington. That's going to drop in there for a strike. Action in the Majors bullpen right now. Looks like Daniel Gore is beginning to throw.
Seen him start a few ball games of late, Dylan, most recently Wednesday night in Brantford.
Pitched very well against the Red Sox on Wednesday. Here's the offering from Farrington. That's in there as well. So no balls and 2 strikes with 2 out in the top of the 7th.
Unlike last week for the Majors, after this Sunday contest, you do have the week off before you take on Kitchener on Friday night, so you don't have to worry about that midweek game.
Farrington sets out there on the mound. Here's the offering to Morello. On the ground towards first base. Will it stay fair? Welland will play it, but that's a foul ball. So we'll do it again on 0-2.
Farrington, lots to work with here on 0-2. Don't know if you're going to get a swing and a miss from Morello. He's a good stick at the plate, but try and get him to ground out into something here.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Farrington ready out there on the mound. Here's the pitch to Morello. Ripped towards second. Tough play for Newton to make, and it gets past him into right field. So a scorcher got past the pick attempt of Jacob Newton at second into right. And Byron Reichstein will throw that baseball in. It's a 2-out hit for Gio Morello.
Morello continues to swing the bat well, and a rocket hit over to second base there. Not much you can do for Newton, who does his best to play that one on a hop. And now Roop Jennerdat will come out to chat things over with Braden Farrington.
Farrington has thrown 11 pitches through 2/3 of an inning. Retired Hildebrandt and Brown pretty easily with help from his defense on that line drive from Hogan Brown. And now he's got a runner over at first base, so Roop Jennerdat will just discuss things with his pitcher as they try to escape this inning without allowing a run to the Jackfish, who trail by 2 to the Majors. Farrington, Jennerdat, and Mullen are on the same page.
Farrington has pitched well so far coming into the game, so I don't think that he is going to be any part of that conversation was about getting him out of there, but now he as we mentioned, getting those 2 outs at 8 and 9 are huge for Farrington now as he faces the top of the order.
So Mateo Porcelato will step up. He's got a single today, I believe, for the Welland Jackfish. Struck out looking once and swinging once. A quick move over to first base from Farrington. Definitely not his A move, but wanted to throw over, make sure Morello stays close. He's back standing up. Farrington set. Another throw over. He's thinking about Morello over there. Once again, back standing.
With 2 gone, I get the idea of wanting to pick over and check on Morello, but he can run if that ball gets away from first base. He's now 180 feet away at third.
Here's the offering. Outside corner, just missed it. Mullen thought about throwing down to first base, elected not to.
With that, of course, he can run, right? So you got to be ready for the steal. If the Jackfish want to put him in motion, trying to get him into scoring position here.
Farrington looks in, will come set out there on the mound. Here's the pitch. That's low. Mullen thought about throwing over again, doesn't do it.
You can see already in this at-bat, Dylan, that Farrington he's worried about Morello over there. He knows he can run. And because of that, he is not quite the same that he was coming to the plate.
On the move is Morello. He will steal second base on what is ball 3 to Mateo Porcelato. So a runner in scoring position now with 2 away, and a great hitter's count for Porcelato at 3-0.
Speed of Morello there paying off for the Jackfish here as he gets up into scoring position now with 2 outs. Shows you just how dangerous getting the speedy guys on at the top of the order are, even with 2 gone.
Here's the pitch from Farrington. That's in there for a called strike. 3 balls and 1 strike now. Three and 1, 2 out. Farrington ready out there on the mound. Here's the pitch. In the air, foul territory. That one will get out of play, and the count will move to full.
Great job by Farrington. Works himself back into a good 3-2 count now, where he just still looking for that put-away pitch here with 2 gone in the inning. Full count, 2 gone. Majors looking to get out of this top half of the 7th.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Farrington ready out there on the mound. Porcelato ready in the batter's box. Farrington peeks back at second. Here's the 3-2 on its way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A big punch out for Braden Farrington. Sets down Mateo Porcelato and the Welland Jackfish in the top of the 7th inning.
What a big strikeout there. Braden Farrington in the bullpen gets the Majors out of that jam, top half of the 7th, and now they'll head to the bats here. See if you can ride off that momentum a little bit and put some more runs across here. 3-1, still a low-scoring game here as we work our way to the bottom half of inning number 7. Stretch time here at the ballpark.
Got to get up in the broadcast booth as well and get stretched out here. As you get a look at the crowd, a couple people dancing up there.
Do you know where your food comes from?
Good luck at 2 fans there having just a whale of a time in the third base bleachers.
Dance party down the third base line.
We'll take this opportunity to remind you to follow London Majors on social media at London Majors on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and London Majors on YouTube. And look at that.
That would make a good TikTok dance video.
Would it, Noah? Is that dance trendy enough?
I don't know. I would not be the one to ask about that, but we can make it a trend. Anything you do enough is a trend, by definition. YMCA, I feel, has been a trend for years, though. Whether or not it's been on TikTok or not, who knows? But
well, that's my worry. Has it been around too long? I don't know, but these fans are loving it.
No such thing as being around too long. It's like singing Sweet Caroline at the ballpark.
That's true. Sweet Caroline's been a tradition for a while, and everybody still loves doing it. So I suppose that some traditions never grow old, as you get a look at the fans under the grandstand now. It's a beautiful Sunday night for baseball. Perhaps a sparser crowd than we're used to here at Labatt Park, probably because it's just a Sunday night and people have to work in the morning. Some people couldn't make it out to a 7:30 start.
We have, and yes, we do somewhat monitor the chat if you are commenting there, Brad. The approximate crowd size tonight, always tough to tell. Not as big as we're used to seeing here at Labatt Park, but a Sunday evening game probably looking, it was about probably 13 to 1,400, I think, when the game started. Looks like a few fans have made their way home with the late night here on this Sunday night, but still a good crowd here filling out the Labatt Park seats as we work our way to the bottom half of the 7th inning.
Majors half of the 7th will be started by the top of the order in Austin Wilkie, followed by Byron Reichstein and Robert Mullen to get things rolling for London, who leads 3-1 on the Welland Jackfish. Wilkie digs into the batter's box. Bowato out there on the mound. Into the windup he goes. Swing and a miss by Wilkie, 0-1.
Majors top of the order here, bottom half of the 7th inning. This is the spot where they really need to try to get some runs across.
No balls, 1 strike. Into the windup goes Bowato. Here's the pitch, outside corner, strike 2 to Wilkie.
Wilkie tonight is 0 for 3. He's fallen behind 0-2 counts a few times already. Pitchers have been attacking him with the fastball and strikes.
The 0-2 outside corner called strike 3. So Wilkie goes down on 3 pitches, and Byron Reichstein will step up with 1 out.
Just what you need for Bowato to start the inning, as Austin Wilkie goes down on strikes for the first out of the inning, and now Byron Reichstein will come to the plate. This is a time for Byron to launch one out into the gap, Dylan. I'm feeling like Byron is going to try to get on a first pitch here if he can.
Here's the pitch. That hits the outside corner, strike 1. We'll see if Byron can drive one into the gap. Still looking for his first home run of the 2022 season. The offering, that's going to miss up and in.
Fastball there to Reichstein on 0-1. They'll probably try to work him out and up with the fastball, and if they bring the off-speed pitch, look for it to try and be low in the zone here against Reichstein.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Outside corner, strike 2.
Still getting those extra 2 to 3 inches on the outside edges of the plate here, and that has not changed since inning number 1 here in the ball game.
The 1-2 breaking ball. Byron fights it off and stays alive. 1-2. Byron digs into the batter's box. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out.
Bowato really taking his time here on this 1-2.
1-2 on its way, looking to put away Byron Reichstein, and for the second consecutive batter, it's a called strike 3 as Byron's down on strikes for the second out of the 7th.
Bowato took his time there, and who cares because he dialed in there on the 1-2 pitch, and it was a gorgeous location there to get Reichstein back-to-back strikeouts. He is looking good out there on the mound right now here out of the bullpen for Welland. 2 gone here in the bottom of the 7th.
2 out, bottom of the 7th inning here. Robert Mullen will dig into the batter's box, looking to add on for the Majors, and this is a guy who can add on with 1 swing of the bat, as Bo Lewington just making his way over to first base. Majors didn't have a first base coach for the first 2 batters. Into the windup goes Bowato. Here's the pitch. Mullen fouls that one straight back to the screen.
Trying to get on that pitch early here. The first one he sees of the at-bat, just fouls it back into the screen. Dangerous part of the Majors' order here as they work their way through the heart of it. Got 2 outs in the inning for Bowato, so can't state how big of an at-bat this is for him.
Here's the pitch. That one will miss up and away. A ball and a strike now to Robert Mullen. No action of the Jackfish bullpen.
With the way Boato's been throwing, you don't need any. He's been electric out of the bullpen so far for Welland.
Here's the offering. That's going to miss. 2 balls and a strike to the Majors catcher.
Curveball came on the outside part of the plate, broke in, but it was just a little bit too low to Robert Mullen.
Into the windup. Here's the pitch. That'll miss as well. So 3-1 now to Mullen.
Same pitch in terms of the location it came from off the plate there. That one just above the zone, though, and didn't get enough drop on it to find the top half of the strike zone. Cap moves to 3-1 here on the dangerous Mullen.
3 balls, 1 strike. Mullen lines that one straight back towards us. Would have had it if it came.
Too low. That was too low.
You think so?
I believe so.
It was rising.
I don't think it was going to rise enough to get up here to the press box.
I guess I agree. Always ruining my fun, Noah.
I try my best.
Mullen in the batter's box, ready for the full count offering. Here's the pitch. In the air, down the right field line, in foul territory, goes towards the Jackfish bullpen. Did anybody catch that? I don't think so.
Another 3-2 pitch coming here to Mullen. And a big one here as well.
Boato shakes off his catcher once, gets the sign he wants. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Here's the pitch called, strike 3. 3 strikeouts, all of them looking in this bottom of the 7th inning for the Majors. We're through 7 complete here at Labatt Park. We'll take a break on Majors TV, and Noah Smith is back on the call when we come back.
Do you know where your food comes from? Like where it really comes from? It comes from farms, farmers, and their families. At Healthy Eats, we believe if we wouldn't serve it to our families, we wouldn't serve it to yours. From farm to folks, we do things the way they're meant to be.
Here we go.
Believe me, you've never heard a talk show like this.
I'm sleeping with Joe Carter. By the way, Joe did not touch them all.
Yeah, I have to say, like, your voice is fantastic.
Meet Smitty
Listen, I'm the brains here.
and Mitty.
And I'm the good-looking funny one.
This is the Smitty Mitty Show.
Catch new episodes of the Smitty and Mitty Show wherever you get your podcasts. Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home. Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and athletes. Whether it's the London Knights, Nationals, or Lightning, or even your London Majors, Game Day London has you covered. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com. Game Day London, a proud sponsor of your London Majors.
Back here at Labatt Memorial Park in downtown London for you watching at home. One more shot of the moon sitting up there in the night sky here as we move along to the top half of the 8th inning. Is a 3-1 London Majors lead over the Welland Jackfish. Gorgeous night at the baseball diamond. Noah Smith, Dylan Baker bringing you the action up here in the Game Day London broadcast booth. And Dylan, we have a new arm coming into the ball game for London.
Yeah, new pitcher on in the ball game for the London Majors, and that is the right-handed arm of Daniel Gore. Gore's last outing was on Wednesday in Brantford against the Red Sox. So far this year, he's pitched in 4 games. 2 of them have been starts. He's thrown 15 total innings, 14 hits, 10 runs, all of them earned, 7 walks, 18 punch-outs to this point this season. He's been a guy the Majors have used in a variety of roles, and right here he's going to be asked to keep this lead right where it's at 2 runs here late.
Going to have to go through the heart of the Welland Jackfish order to do so here in the top half of the 8th inning. Been treated to a good one here tonight so far. And hopefully a good conclusion on tap for us as well. As Daniel Gore grabs himself. And onto the mound he comes, ready to go. to start the top half of the 8th inning. Working from the stretch here as the first pitch will come inside, and that one's going to hit Nicholson. So the first pitch, and the Jackfish will have the leadoff man aboard here in the 8th.
Not the way you want to start things if you're Daniel Gore in the London Majors. Not only does the leadoff man get on, but Sam Cocker comes up to the plate. And Cocker, the June Player of the Month for the Intercounty Baseball League, he's a guy who's got lots of pop, and he's been very clutch for Welland so far this season. So he'll be looking to do some damage right here with Nicholson over at first base.
Big spot here for the Jackfish now. Once again, the leadoff man on, and they'll have to try and get something going in the 8th. Gore ready. First pitch, fastball, and that one's going to miss to move the count to 1-0.
Gore trying to find the strike zone here against Welland. He's got to face the middle of the order. He hit the 3-hitter, Brandon Nicholson. He's got to deal with 4 right here in Sam Cocker, and then 5, James Smybert right after him, pardon me.
That one catches the zone to move the count to a ball and a strike here for Daniel Gore. I'd have to try and attack the zone here as the Jackfish look to work back into the ball game. That throw over back in easily is Nicholson. Runners off, curveball, throw from Mullen, not going to be nearly in time. A great jump by Nicholson. And he's into second base easily there, stolen base. Count moves to 1-2.
It was a great throw by Robert Mullen, especially coming from his knees, but the jump that Brandon Nicholson got was just so good. He never really had a shot at throwing him out. He executed a strong throw, was right on the money, and just could not get Nicholson because he started way earlier than Mullen could have thrown him out for.
Pitch just off the inner edge there. Good take by Cocker, and the count moves to 2-2.
Good pitch there from Daniel Gore. Nearly had the inside corner, but just off, according to the home plate umpire.
Fastball. Oh, and that one just misses. Mullen held that one for an extra 2 seconds there, but it doesn't get the call, and the count moves to full.
Well, he held that one there, Noah, because it's been called all night on the outside corner. The inside corner, not so much, so that curveball, I understand not getting the call on, but right there, you'd expect that call with the way things have been called all night on the outside.
It's a full count pitch to Cocker here. Here's the 3-2 from Gore. Hit on the ground. Shortstop Candell picks it up. Not going to have a throw. And everybody is safe. And so the Jackfish have the first 2 runners on here to start the top half of the 8th inning.
Yeah, not an ideal start here for Daniel Gore. And Keith Candell did a good job of not letting that baseball get into the outfield, because if it got into left field, Austin Wilkie's got a pretty good arm out in left. But Brandon Nicholson would have come in to score pretty easily for the Welland Jackfish if it got past the shortstop Candell. And smart play by Keith not throwing that baseball, because as great as it is that he got there, he was not going to have a shot at the runner at first base. So smart of him to hold on.
Curveball slips out of the hand of Gore, and the count 1-0 now. Smybert at the plate here with runners at the corners. Jackfish really pressing here. Down 3-1. Hit in the air, left center field. Not overly deep. Joseph is going to call him off, makes the catch, and the throw is going to come in, and not in time to get Nicholson, who scores on the sacrifice fly, and the lead is trimmed to 1.
Again, a pretty good throw there from the Majors, but because of the speed of Brandon Nicholson, he's able to come home on the sacrifice fly. Joseph lined himself up perfectly, executed a pretty good throw. Robert Mullen was right there to field it, but just not nearly in time because Nicholson's got plenty of speed. Good job by James Smybert doing the job he needed to do. Getting the ball out into the air in the outfield, allowing the runner from third to tag up and come in to score. So Welland now only trails by 1.
They got the first out they needed here, and now Gore is going to peel over to third base, and they're going to say that Nicholson left on time. The run will come in to score.
Always worth a check. You're always allowed to appeal down to the bag to make sure. Not going to get punished if you get it wrong, so not a bad idea.
Gore ready. His pitch to the plate. Called on the outside edge there, and he goes to 0-1. A little bit of a mumble from the crowd after that one call. Almost the same location as the one that missed off the plate. Ready on 0-1. Here is Gore. Curveball. Popped up, but foul. Out of play, and the count now 0-2. He gets way up here on Hunt.
Good mix there from Daniel Gore after he threw the fastball in the outside corner. Comes back with the curve inside, and it's just fought off by Ethan Hunt. Now he's got so many different options he can go with because he went with the fastball in the first one, then the off speed. Going to keep Hunt guessing right here.
0-2 from Gore, just off the plate with the fastball. Good location. Doesn't get a bite, and it's 1-2.
Good spot there from Daniel Gore on the outside corner, just off, though. Seemed to be an inch or two off the plate, and no chase from Ethan Hunt.
Pickoff move, and coming off the bag to make the catch there is Phil Whalen. Got a 1-2 count here on Hunt at the plate. Here's the delivery. Fouled off out of play, and he stays alive at the dish.
Good battle brewing right now between Daniel Gore and Ethan Hunt. Hunt fouling off some tough pitches, laying off some tough pitches, and Gore still battling out there on the mound, trying to get himself an out here, and that would be a big second out, or execute a really good pitch, get a ball on the ground, and possibly turn two.
Gore ready as he grabs his sign. Here's the delivery, called strike 3 on the breaking ball. A little bit up in the zone, but he gets that one, and it's a big second out.
Really good pitch there by Daniel Gore, finding the zone, getting a called strike 3, and that's a huge second out like you just mentioned, Noah, because there is a very distinct possibility that if the Jackfish got Ethan Hunt on the base pass, they were going to score Sam Cocker somehow, which would have been a great spot for a rally with a runner in scoring position. That keeps Cocker over at first base. 2 out, get an out any way you can. Doesn't matter whether it's in the air, on the ground, or a strikeout. Need one more out to get out of this inning if you're Daniel Gore.
Looking for that big out. Starts it with the breaking ball inside. Cocker at first base. Mattingly Romanen is the batter here for Welland. Gore gathers himself on the mound, comes to the plate, big swing and a miss. Mullen's going to throw down to 1, but back in safely is Cocker.
Oohs and ahs from the crowd. It was a close play over at first base, but back safely Sam Cocker. The second time Sam Cocker's received a throw over from the catcher. He's been taking a big secondary lead over at first base.
Big secondary. His initial lead isn't that big, just inside the cut of the grass as that curveball slips out of the hand of Gore. Just barely missed hitting Romanen and caught by Robert Mullen.
Great job by Robert Mullen on that one, catching that baseball, because oftentimes when a ball goes behind a batter, it'll just go straight back to the screen, and that would have allowed Cocker to move up at least 90 feet. So good job by the Majors catcher, standing up, finding that baseball, and making the catch.
Ready here, 2-1 delivery, hit out to right field, on a line, tracking back, and caught by Byron Reichstein. So the Jackfish will get one, but that's all they'll get here on the top half of the 8th inning, and we'll head to the bottom half of the inning. Majors need to try to get some insurance on the board here in London.
Majors going to look to add on to their lead right now. They're up by 1 run here in the bottom of the 8th inning. If they can add 1, maybe 2 more right here, that will put them in a more comfortable spot heading into the 9th. But for now, they're up by 1 run. Great job by Daniel Gore settling in after allowing the first 2 batters to reach the hit by pitch there for Brandon Nicholson, the infield single right after for Sam Cocker. Things were looking dangerous, and although they did score 1 run, they did not score a second because of the work of Gore out there on the mound.
And now for the Majors, Dylan Cleveland Brownlee is going to get ready to swing here in the bottom half of inning number 8. the Majors have been held off the scoreboard each of the last 2 at-bats. Scored 2 runs in the bottom half of inning number 2. 1 in the bottom half of the 5th. That's all they've got so far. They're holding on to a 3-2 lead.
No, do you remember at the beginning of this ball game, the pregame show, I said this was either going to be a super high-scoring game at 10-10 in the 8th inning, or it was going to be super low-scoring at 2-1. I was close. It's 3-2 right now as we're in the bottom of the 8th. The pitching has just been great on both sides. Jose Arias and Wyatt Hummel were both fantastic for their respective teams. The bullpens have been good as well. Only 1 run surrendered by both bullpens in this ball game. So it's been a great pitching matchup, and the 2 best offenses in the Intercounty Baseball League have been held to just 5 combined runs.
Can't ask for much better than this here on a Sunday night. 3-2 the Majors lead as we head to the bottom half of the 8th inning in London. Chris Buono back out to the mound for the Welland Jackfish to throw this bottom half of the 8th. Try to hold the Majors where they are and hope his team's bats can come alive in the top half of inning number 9.
Buono, of course, came into the ball game in relief of Chris Lazar, who left due to injury, and he's been good ever since coming into this contest for the Welland Jackfish.
Brownlee and Starling Joseph, the first 2 that he'll have to face. Some power in the order, but they've got to try and get something going here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. As mentioned, the Majors dealing some time off after this game. Not back in action until next weekend.
Kitchener Panthers are in town on Friday. Hamilton Cardinals are in town on Saturday. And do the Majors travel on Sunday, Noah?
I believe they do have another 3-game weekend, yeah.
Seems to be typical now in the Intercounty Baseball League. You play a Friday, Saturday, Sunday game, or at least it has been for the Majors mostly this season. It depends on when your home nights are as well. The Majors have their home games Friday nights, so oftentimes when teams have a Saturday or Sunday home game, the Majors will play 3-3.
Jackfish are back at home on Thursday and Saturday, I believe, this week, and then on the road on Sunday. As the first pitch to Cleveland Brownlee is going to be there for a strike taken on the inside edge, 0-1.
Off-speed pitch. Brownlee didn't love the call. He thought he held up because it was outside of the strike zone and inside to him, but the home plate umpire thought otherwise. Called strike 1 on Cleveland.
Buono ready to the plate. Brownlee fouled straight back into the screen. And he falls behind in the count in a big 0-2 hole.
Chris Buono, since coming into the ball game, he's thrown 2 full innings. He's struck out 5 out of a possible 6 outs. 5 of them have been strikeouts. He's been fantastic ever since coming in for Chris Lazar. Exactly what the Jackfish have needed to keep them in this ball game.
Looking to try and get a big first out to start the inning. Pitch inside to Brownlee. Easy take for him, and the count moves to 1-2.
Cleveland not tempted by the off-speed pitch right there. It was too far inside for him. He laid off and now has a chance once more on 1 ball and 2 strikes. Still advantage Buono right now out there on the mound. So many different options he can come with.
1-2 to Brownlee, taken in the dirt. Really trying to make sure Brownlee doesn't get anything good to hit. Count moves to 2-2.
Good job by Cleveland Brownlee. 2 near identical pitches there from Chris Buono. Both of them off speeds, both of them coming towards Cleveland Brownlee's back foot on the inside part of the plate. And Cleveland has laid off on both.
2-2 inside to Brownlee. So a good take by the designated hitter, and the count moves to full now. See if Cleve can get on here in the bottom half of the 8th inning to lead things off.
Great plate appearance right now by Cleveland Brownlee. Going behind 0-2 very quickly as well. A called strike, then a foul ball, and now Cleveland has worked it all the way back to a full count.
Ready on 3-2. Buono grabs his sign from the catcher. Pitch. Brownlee hit on the ground, not hard. Third base coming in. Romanin throw to 1 in time to get Brownlee for the first out of the inning.
Love the hustle there from Cleveland Brownlee. He's a guy, a lot of the younger players on this Majors team look up to. And on a little tapper towards third base, Cleveland was still running that hit out, trying to beat it over to first, and just could not do that as Romanin made a good play coming in, fired a strike over to Hogan Brown.
Starling Joseph now to the plate. 1 for 2, Joseph is tonight, Dylan. He's had himself a pretty good night at the plate. Came around to score the Majors' first run. And he takes a big cut at that off speed, and he falls behind. No balls and a strike.
That was a huge swing at that pitch, Noah. Starling Joseph was looking to put a ball in the river.
Just needs to find his way on here with 1 gone in the inning. 0-1 delivery. Joseph popped up. Right field coming in, Nicholson. Couple of steps, makes the catch, and there is out number 2.
Good job by Brandon Nicholson tracking that baseball. Not hit overly deep. He was able to just stroll on in and make the grab for the second out. In this bottom of the 8th inning, Majors in their attempt for a rally are going pretty quietly at the moment.
Just speaks to the work that Bowato has done out of the bullpen for the Jackfish. Fantastic job at holding the Majors at bay. Kerminsky fouled off down the left field line, and looks like he broke his bat on that swing.
Yeah, it sounded like he broke his bat as now he slowly wanders over towards the bench. That frustrated walk that you have when you break a bat. And he goes to get a new one from Zach Husband, the equipment manager.
With Pine Tar on the mat there as he gets ready to go. Now back to the plates here with an 0-1 count on him after the foul ball.
Kerminsky in the ball game is 0 for 2.
Delivery from Bowato to the plate. Kerminsky takes that one, and he falls behind 0-2.
Kerminsky now behind Chris Bowato, no balls and 2 strikes. Bowato close to striking out his 6th batter if he can get Kerminsky here.
Ready here on 0-2. Bowato to the plate, and a swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Chris Bowato out of the bullpen for the Jackfish, and he holds the Majors at bay in the bottom half of inning number 8. We're going to the 9th here in London. Majors holding on to a 3-2 lead at Labatt Park here on Majors TV.
My name's Tiffany Creasy, and I take care of the sales and marketing at Rickard Promotions and Recognition. Some of the things that we do at Rickard Promotions and Recognition is we bring your brand to life. We kind of put your logo on anything that you can give away or brand, and we can service clients right across Canada. At Rickard Promotions Recognition, we can take care of your designing of your logo for any artwork that you need done for the branding. And a lot of people don't realize we can do that here. We also have our in-house production that we take care of your order from start to finish right here at our one location. So with keeping everything in-house from graphic design to in-house production, we're able to get you your order a lot quicker with faster turnaround time. We'll help gather your ideas together, give you some options to kind of narrow down the search for you, whether it be from your apparel to promotional products. And from there, we'll get your mock-ups done, proofs done, order done, and the quality control is right there all along the way for you.
So tell me where it hides. I know I got some lightning currents running through me. I found that silver lining on the inside of me.
Back inside Labatt Memorial Park as the Country Roads Take Me Home blares over the loudspeakers here at Labatt Memorial Park. We go to the top half of inning number 9, and the Majors looking to hold on to a 1-run lead. It has been quite the ball game here on this Sunday night in London. Majors 3 runs, 5 hits. The Jackfish 2 runs, 7 hits. And we go to the final at-bat. The Jackfish looking for a run.
It's been everything you could have asked for between the top 2 teams in the Intercounty Baseball League. It's exactly what you'd expect. A very, very tight ball game. 3-2 going into the 9th inning. So we'll see if the Majors are able to hold on to this lead. And it's Daniel Gore back out there for London.
So Daniel Gore back out to the mound here for the Majors, and he's got 8-9-1 due up. Hildebrandt will lead things off here for the Jackfish. First pitch from Gore, ripped over to first base, picked up on a hop, and stepping off first base is Welland, and that is a quick out number 1 for the Majors here in the top of the 9th.
It's exactly what you want if you're Daniel Gore out there on the mound. A quick out, first pitch put in play, and Welland makes a good play over at first. He's got the bottom of the order here, and it'd be nice if he was able to get the first 2 guys, the 8 and 9 hitters in this Jackfish lineup.
I believe it was when Braden Farrington came into the game. He came in a certain spot, or at least had an inning with the same situation where he had 8, 9, and 1, and it is so important to get those first 2 outs before you face the top of this Welland Jackfish order.
Absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, he got the first 2 outs, then allowed Gio Morello to reach, so he was able to pitch out of that because he got the first 2 in the inning.
Swing and a miss. Score throws that fastball right past the swing of Hogan Brown, and the count moves to 0-1.
Sounded like Brown may have got a piece of that pitch. Foul tipped it right into the glove of Robert Mullen.
Steps out for a quick second, then back into that left-hand batter's box. Gore goes into his delivery on 0-1 and then drops a gorgeous off-speed pitch in on the outside portion of the plate for strike 2.
Fantastic pitch there from Daniel Gore. Lots of movement on that one, and it found the outside corner.
Gore's got himself an 0-2 count here on Brown. 1 gone in the inning. The leg kick, delivery, swing, and a miss. Strikes him out, and there's 2 gone.
Gore seems to be a man on a mission here in this 9th inning after hitting the first batter, allowing the first 2 to reach in the 8th. He's been on his game so far in the top of the 9th. 2 quick outs, a ground out to first base, and then a 3-pitch strikeout, but he's not out of the woods yet. He's got to deal with the top of the order right now for Welland, and that starts with Gio Morello, who is 2 for 4 in the ball game.
Probably the most dangerous hitter in the Jackfish order right here. And the guy that will need to try and start things with 2 gone. Gore ready. His first pitch, swing and a miss. Morello not whiffing on that off speed.
That was a great breaking ball from Daniel Gore. Started on the inside part of the plate and just dove to the back foot of Gio Morello. It's not the first time that we've seen the Majors pitch Gio Morello like this. I believe it was Braden Farrington, Noah, who threw him a lot of breaking balls towards the back foot, and that seems to be the game plan for London.
0-1, curveball out to left field, on a line, and it's dropped. That one's going to roll out to the warning track. A strong throw coming in from left, but into second base safely is Gio Morello. The tying run is in scoring position for the Jackfish.
Austin Wilkie was shaded towards left center field on that last play, and he had a long run to try to track that baseball down. It was hit hard off the bat of Gio Morello, and he just could not get there in time. A very strong throw into second base nearly got Morello, but could not quite do that. It'll be charged as an error to Wilkie. Just could not come down with that baseball.
Wilkie, a guy for the Majors, Dylan, that's played a lot of center field. Not as much out in left, and I think that he didn't expect that one to trail away from as much as it did, and now the Jackfish are in business here with 2 gone. Mateo Porcelado is the batter. Gore grabs his sign, checks back, ready to go. First pitch to Porcelado there for a strike, and he gets ahead 0-1.
Gore not afraid to use that fastball here in this 9th inning. Finds the inside corner right there and gets a called strike.
Pitch in the dirt, blocked by Mullen. And the count evens up at 1-1.
Good breaking ball there from Gore. Did not get the chase he was looking for from Porcelado, and a great block by Robert Mullen. That block is oh so important in this spot with a runner in scoring position in the 9th inning.
Gore checking back on Morello. He's not going. Pitch to the plate. Catches the outside edge, and the count moves to 1-2.
Daniel Gore a strike away from ending this ball game right here. The fastball's been working against Porcelado. I don't see him going away from it. If I'm Mullen, I call it up here.
The fans still in the park getting into it here. 1-2 count here for Gore on Porcelado. The quick check back at second. Now here's the leg kick. Going as that one is fouled off. Gio Morello trying to take advantage there, was off to third.
That's a smart play by Gio Morello. With 2 outs, you don't have to worry about a ball in the air doubling him off. And on a ground ball into the outfield or a line drive into the outfield where it might be a close play, Gio Morello scores if he's on the move on that pitch. I wouldn't be shocked to see him run right here again. If that's a ball, Mullen's got to make a good throw to third base to get him. So not a bad idea for Welland right there.
Not really holding him on either. Here's the pitch from Gore to the plate. Curveball hit down the line, but foul into the Majors bullpen. Good job to stay alive there and fight that one off by Portolato.
Not making this easy for Daniel Gore and the Majors as they look to close this one out here in the 9th.
Fans trying to cheer on Daniel Gore here in the top of the 9th. Here is the 1-2 going again. This one's going to be hit into center field, and into score will come Gio Morello. The Jackfish have tied it here on the top of the 9th inning.
That's why Gio Morello was running on the pitch, because the line drive into the outfield where it's going to be a bang-bang play at the plate. Starling Joseph has a good arm. He's coming racing in to throw that ball home. That would have been a bang-bang play if Gio Morello was not running on that pitch. Gio Morello got a head start, and there was no way he wasn't going to score once that ball got down.
So this ball game is tied at 3 apiece here on the 9th. The Jackfish have scored in the 8th and 9th, and we have ourselves a tie ball game. Now the runner goes. Throw from Mullen down to 2. Not in time to get him. It scoots out into shallow left. Candell's got to get it quickly. The throw to 3, not in time. And now the go-ahead run is 90 feet away.
This inning has gone from bad to worse very quickly for the Majors. It started off oh so well for Daniel Gore getting the first 2 out, and then Gio Morello got on the 2-base error. He was on the move, and a line drive single from Portolato scored the tying run. And now the go-ahead run stands 90 feet away after that first pitch with a stolen base. And
action in both bullpens now as well. Here in the 9th inning. Still 2 gone. Here's the Majors look to get themselves out of it. 0-1 count. Pitch to the plate. This one hit out to left field. Coming on is Wilkie, and it's caught for the out. The Jackfish score here in the 9th to tie the ball game at 3. We're going to the bottom of the 9th. Majors are going to look to win this ball game. A 3-3 tie.
well, not the way the Majors had envisioned their 9th inning going in this ball game. It didn't go the way the Majors had hoped, as there's a coach barking at the Majors dugout right now, and the home plate umpire trying to keep them apart. And now Chris Bowato running over as well to keep his coach away. And now here come the Jackfish. Here comes the Jackfish bench, Brian Essery.
And this is where things don't need to get out of hand.
I'm not sure as a coach why you have to instigate a conflict like that. Now, I don't know what the Majors were saying, but there's no reason to be walking towards another team's dugout if you're a coach. You're supposed to be keeping your composure and keeping your team in check.
So it looks like everything is sorted out down there as the tensions boil over slightly here in the 9th. But nonetheless, we have ourselves a tie game heading to the bottom half. The Majors will look to try and come away victorious. They're going to have to get the bats going, though. They haven't done that here, as Chris Bowato out of the bullpen has kept them scoreless so far.
You've got a frustrated Majors club on one side right now, and they're going to be looking to do damage here in the 9th inning as the umpires converse. And Bowato has done a fantastic job of shutting the Majors down. I mean, he's been everything the Jackfish could have asked for in this ball game and more coming out of the bullpen. A less than ideal situation when he came in because of the injury to Chris Lazar. So he comes into this ball game having to warm up, not expecting to pitch. He didn't have time to get into the mindset of coming into the ball game to throw, and he's been fantastic for Welland. To this point in the ball game, has thrown 3 innings, allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. So Bowato has been great for the Jackfish, and he'll be looking to continue rolling here in the bottom of the 9th.
So the Majors, it'll be the bottom half of the order here to start in the bottom of the 9th inning. If you're just joining us, you've missed a good ball game so far. It has been a pitcher's duel on both sides of things. The Majors struck first in the ball game. 2 runs in the bottom half of the second inning. The Jackfish got one back in the top half of the fourth. The Majors answered with one back in the bottom half of the fifth. And then we had no scoring all the way up until the top of the eighth inning, where the Jackfish pushed a run across to make it a 1-run ball game. And then the 2-out rally in the top of the ninth to score the tying run has put us to a tie game in the bottom of the ninth inning.
Full credit to the Welland Jackfish. They tied this ball game up. They came back in this one. And now here we are in the bottom of the ninth after the Majors thought they had it locked down going into the eighth and then going into the ninth once again, just were unable to put it away.
First pitch is a cross for a strike here. Jacob Newton will lead things off for London. Fastball off the plate, 1-1.
Boato frustrated after that one. He wanted to get ahead 0-2 on Newton and couldn't quite do that as the pitch was well up and away.
Boato here with a 1-1 count. Pitch hit on the ground, shortstop. Takes a funny hop. The throw to one in time to get Newton, who was hustling down the line. Tripped over first base there, but it's a big first out for the Jackfish.
Yeah, Jacob Newton was going hard down that first base line. Took a bit of an awkward step as he got to first, and luckily did not roll an ankle or anything, we don't think, as he ran down hard. I mean, Jacob Newton's got plenty of speed, and he used every single part of his speed to try to beat that ball out right there.
So Phil Whalen now will come to the plate with one gone after the ground out. Here is the first delivery from Boato. There at the bottom of the zone, called a strike. He gets ahead 0-1.
Boato ahead of another batter right now. He's working so well for the Jackfish.
Here's the 0-1. This one hit out to second base and caught by Porcelato. Not enough to get over top of his head, and there's 2 gone.
Not a bad piece by Phil Whalen there, but not enough power behind it to get it over the head of the second baseman. If that gets into center field, that's a great base hit for the Majors to get things rolling with 1 out, but instead 2 away now for Keith Candell.
Keith Candell, bottom of the Majors order here with 2 gone to try and get something started in the ninth. Pop back into the screen, out of play, a foul ball.
It was a good pitch to hit for Keith Candell. He fouled that one straight back towards the screen, and behind in the count now, no balls and a strike.
Top of the order stands behind him in Austin Wilkie, so he just needs to try to find a way to get aboard here. Fouled off again. And the count moves to 0-2 here on Keith Candell.
Candell got a battle right here. Boato is looking for that strikeout. He's got a bunch of them so far. Keith's got to do whatever he can to foul off any tough pitch he sees.
Ready on the 0-2. Hit out to center field. A couple of steps back, and now coming back in is Morello to make the catch and retire the Majors 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the ninth. We have ourselves a tie ball game and free baseball on tap as we go to the 10th here in London. You're watching London Majors baseball here on Majors TV.
Do you know where your food comes from? Like where it really comes from? It comes from farms, farmers, and their families. At Healthy Eats, we believe if we wouldn't serve it to our families, we wouldn't serve it to yours. From farm to folks, we do things the way they're meant to be.
Here we go.
Believe me, you've never heard a talk show like this.
I'm sleeping with Joe Carter. By the way, Joe did not touch them all.
Yeah, I have to say, like, your voice is fantastic.
Meet Smitty
Listen, I'm the brains here.
and Mitty.
And I'm the good-looking funny one.
This is the Smitty Mitty Show.
Catch new episodes of the Smitty and Mitty Show wherever you get your podcasts. Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home. Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and athletes. Whether it's the London Knights, Nationals, or Lightning, or even your London Majors, Game Day London has you covered. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com. Game Day London, a proud sponsor of your London Majors.
Hope you've been enjoying us here on Majors TV, because we're not done yet. Extra innings here from Labatt Memorial Park. And if you can see it out there, yes, on your screen, the runner starts at second base here. In extra innings is a rule that the IBL has gone to, Dylan, and I like it.
I like it as well. Speeds things up once you get to extra innings. That way you don't have any crazy long ball games. It'll be Brandon Nicholson over at second for the Welland Jackfish, a guy who's got plenty of speed.
First pitch just off the edge there to Sam Conker, who will lead things off for the Jackfish in the top half of inning number 10. Daniel Gore still on the mound here for the Majors, being tasked with pitching this inning. A big swing and a miss by Conker.
Conker's had a good ball game, for the Welland Jackfish. He walked in his first trip to the plate, then singled, popped out, and singled again.
Jackfish have been aggressive on the bases here. The Majors got to watch that as well. And a little stutter step at second base causes the spin there from Gore.
Smart move by Daniel Gore, because Brandon Nicholson was getting a big lead and a big secondary over at second.
Ready, here's the 1-1. Runner not going. Curveball missing low. 2-1. Conker, Smybert, and Hunt, the first three for the Jackfish. Runners going. Here's the 2-1. Mullen the throw down and safe at third. A stolen base for Nicholson.
Brandon Nicholson was doing a great job over at second of timing up Daniel Gore, taking a big secondary lead, and right there he's able to swipe third base in a huge play by Gibson Kraminski, keeping that ball in front of him, because Nicholson right now not guaranteed to score a run, and if that ball got into left field, he was coming in to score for sure.
2-2 count on Conker. Here's the pitch on the ground and into left field. And the Jackfish have their first lead of the night here in the 10th.
So Welland takes the lead here, 4-3 with the extra innings runner, nobody out. Runner back on the base paths for the Jackfish over at first base, and dangerous spot to be if you're the Majors. I believe that's Jordan Spring warming up in the Majors bullpen. He's been up the past couple of innings as well, but has not been called upon. We'll see if he comes in this one.
Majors now trailing by a run. Pitch to the plate called a strike now on Smybert. It's 0-1. Gore grabs his sign. Now comes to the plate. The bunt is going to be laid down. Picked up at third base. The throw to one is going to be wide. All the way down into the Welland bullpen. Trying to figure out where it is. It's loose. Now the throw not going to come. They're going to hold the runners where they are with nobody out. And things just go from bad to worse here for the Majors in the 10th.
Yeah, beautiful bunt there by James Smybert down the third baseline. Gibson Kraminski came in, charged hard, and then just threw it away over at first base. And so the ball goes down the right field line into the Jackfish bullpen. For a moment, the Majors couldn't find that baseball. And now there's two guys in scoring position still with nobody out here in the 10th inning.
So Smybert here at the plate. Or pardon me, Smybert at second now. Hunt at the dish. Hit on the ground, third base, runner not going. Picked up on a backhand, throw to one in time to get him. Big first out for the Majors in the 10th.
Gibson Kerminski, a good job over at third base, charging that ball hard, getting a good throw over to first, and still have two guys in scoring position, but at least you got one out now for the Majors.
Now, Dylan, do you, I don't want to say intentionally walk, but do you entertain the idea of pitching around Romanin here with a base open?
The danger you run with that is Matt Hildebrand is on deck, and while he hasn't had much success in this ball game, he's a guy who can change the complexion of a game with one swing of the bat.
Curveball off the plate, check swing, and it's 1-0. Score ready again, ripped through into center field. One run's in to score. Right behind him is Smybert. And the Jackfish now lead by 3.
That's a tough one for the Majors. Nothing you can do about that if you're on defense. A hard hit ball off the bat of Mattingly Romanin. Jacob Newton laid out, tried to come up with that baseball, could not do it. Got out into center field and kind of died in the grass, so Starling Joseph couldn't come up and make a throw on that ball. And Welland now leads by 3. Roop Chanderdat taking a few steps out towards Daniel Gore and then heading back towards the dugout.
I'm not sure what was up with that. Roop Chanderdat started making his way out towards the mound, and
he wants an appeal before he goes out there.
Majors thought that the Jackfish missed third base on their way home. Now Roop Chanderdat will make the slow walk out to the mound. And I imagine we are going to see a pitching change.
Jordan Spring was loosening up earlier. I would imagine that's who's coming into the ball game for the Majors as Daniel Gore's evening is complete. He exits the Majors trailing 6-3.
We have a pitching change coming up. Jordan Spring is into the ball game when we come back here on Majors TV.
My name's Tiffany Creasy, and I take care of the sales and marketing at Rickard Promotions and Recognition. Some of the things that we do at Rickard Promotions and Recognition is we bring your brand to life. We kind of put your logo on anything that you can give away or brand, and we can service clients right across Canada. At Rickard Promotions and Recognition, we can take care of your designing of your logo for any artwork that you need done for the branding. And a lot of people don't realize we can do that here. We also have our in-house production that we take care of your order from start to finish right here at our one location. So with keeping everything in-house from graphic design to in-house production, we're able to get you your order a lot quicker with a faster turnaround time. We'll help gather your ideas together, give you some options to kind of narrow down the search for you, whether it be from your apparel to promotional products. And from there, we'll get your mock-ups done, proofs done, order done, and the quality control is right there all along the way for you.
So tell me where it hides. I know I got some lightning currents running through me. I found that silver lining on the inside of me.
We are back here inside Labatt Memorial Park in the Game Day London broadcast booth. And Dylan, we have a pitching change for the Majors. Jordan Spring is going to come in and pitch here on the 10th.
Yeah, Jordan Spring gets the ball here in the 10th inning. He's got a runner over at first base with 1 out. 6 1/3 innings this season in 5 games played. He's taken the loss in 1 ball game. He's allowed 3 earned runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, 2 of which were looking so far this season for Jordan Spring. He'll have to deal with Matt Hildebrand and Hogan Brown at the very least, and possibly more if the Jackfish are able to get it back to the top of the order.
Runner on first here with 1 out, so they are a ground ball away from getting out of it if they can turn one up the middle. First pitch from Spring is going to miss outside to Hildebrand. Count moves to 1-0. Jackfish have scored in each of the last 3 innings. 3 so far here in the 10th. Spring ready. Delivers a curveball to the plate for a strike, and he evens the count up at 1-1.
Jordan Spring has a ton of great movement on that curveball, and that's a great example of it right there. Drops right in there on Hildebrand.
Slight lead at first by Romanin. Spring ready to the plate, and a big cut at that one by Hildebrandt. Count moves to 1-2.
Big swing there by Matt Hildebrandt. He was looking to make it an 8-3 ball game with one swing of the bat.
Now he's fallen into a 1-2 hole here against Jordan Spring, who's going to look to try and put him away. Here's 1-2. Off the plate. They'll check down, but he didn't come close to swinging there, and it's 2-2. Two count here. Spring's still looking to try and find an answer to Hildebrandt. Here's the pitch. Fouled off out of play. And we'll do it again on 2-2.
Hildebrandt putting up a good fight right here for the Welland Jackfish. In 4 plate appearances in this ball game, he struck out, walked, lined out, and grounded out. He's done basically everything except for get a hit, and you know he's going to be itching for it right here.
Looking for a big out. Hildebrandt at the plate, the 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. Inside, blocked by Mullen. Runner not going anywhere, and it's a full count now.
Great block there by Robert Mullen, keeping the man over at first base for the Welland Jackfish. Count does move to full now, though.
Majors looking to get out of this top of the 10th inning where 3 runs so far have come across for the Jackfish. The runner that started at second and 2 more behind him. Springs ready. The runner goes, and Hildebrandt crushes one out to right center field, tracking back towards the wall, and it's off the wall. Joseph couldn't make the catch. Throw comes in quickly as the runner is held at third on what is a long double for Matt Hildebrandt.
Great effort there by Starling Joseph trying to track that baseball down out in right center field. Hildebrandt thought he got enough of it to get the ball out of here. He did not. He was close, though. It rung up against the wall, and Joseph had to come down and play it. And Hildebrandt will be taken out of the ball game for a pinch runner now, as there are runners at second and third and 1 out.
Majors will once again bring the infield in. Big spot for London here. You can't let this deficit swell to any more than 3. You do have, as the Jackfish did, a runner starting at second when you get on the bats in the bottom half of the inning. You have the top of the order due up. But 3 is going to be tough as it is. They're going to have to try and keep the Jackfish where they are, and it starts with Jordan Spring trying to get this big out here at the bottom of the Welland order. First pitch to Hogan Brown is fouled off, and the count moves to 0-1.
Good pitch there by Spring, A good fastball. Hogan Brown got a piece, fouled it straight back to the screen.
Brown will look to try and punch one through the infield. Here's the 0-1, missing well outside by Spring, and the count evens up at 1 apiece.
Your Spring, you got to try to trust your defense right here. Put a ball in play and see what they can do.
Grabs his sign from Mullen behind the plate. Here's the 1-1. Ripped into the left center field gap. That's going to score a pair. Picked up by Joseph in front of the track. Hogan Brown will stroll into second base. Another 2 runs across, and the floodgates open here for the Fish in the 10th. It is 8-3.
Brandon Underhill, who came on as a pinch runner for Matt Hildebrandt, will also score on the long double in the gap. Starling Joseph tracked that ball down. Only play he might have had was second base, and Brown was there safely. So less than ideal for the Majors, who came into the 8th inning up by 2, and now here in the top of the 10th, they're down by 5 as Welland has really taken it to them here in this extra frame.
All credit to the Jackfish, who did not let down in this ball game. Trailed by 2 in the 8th and have battled it back, as now this one ripped out to right. Reichstein coming on. He's not going to make the catch. Gets it in quickly, but just up to third is Brown. Still 1 gone here in the inning.
Jackfish are finding the holes right now as that one was ripped just in front of Byron Reichstein. Didn't really have the ability to make a play on that baseball just because of how hard it was hit and the way it was coming in. So it dropped in front of Byron, who came up throwing. They held the runner, Hogan Brown, over at third base. Runners at the corners now with one out for Matteo Porcelato.
And now a visit from Brent Wales as he comes out of the London dugout to talk things over with Jordan Spring. The Majors bullpen has been getting hit hard here from the Welland Jackfish. 8-3 the score, 5 runs here on the top of the 10th. Still just one out on the board as runners are on the corners. Last night in Guelph, the Majors gave up a run late. Lose that ball game 5-4. And here tonight, once again, things unraveling in the bullpen.
Yeah, Majors got walked off yesterday by the Guelph Royals. Willie Collymore with a single to win it. And then here tonight, it's been a tough 10th inning for the Majors. Tough since the 8th, really. As Welland scored 1 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, and 5 so far here in the 10th inning.
And looking to add on more here is there is just one gone, runners at the corners, top of the 10th inning. Any life that was in this crowd after the Jackfish tied it in the 9th is certainly gone now as the fans have headed for the gates. Pitch, throw down to 2. They're going to get the out as, no, the ball pops out of the glove of Candell. And a run comes in to score. He's safe at second is Morello. And it's 9-3.
Double steal pulled off once again here at Labatt Park. Second straight game we've seen that here at Labatt. Toronto pulled it off on Friday night. Welland does it right here, and they lead by 6.
From bad to worse to even worse here. 9-6 in the 10th. Majors still far from out of it as the curveball is fouled off at the plate by Porcelato. And the count moves to 0-1. Pardon me, 1-1. First pitch missed there on the throwdown. Some action down in the Majors bullpen as this one lifted in that direction, but a foul ball beyond the seats. And the count moves to 0-2.
I believe that's Fernando Fernandez out there for the London Majors, just in case Jordan Spring cannot get out of this inning on his own.
0-2 the count here for Spring, so he's going to look to try and find the put-away pitch. Here in the top of the 10th inning, it's ready to go. Here's he grabs his sign. Now the 0-2 delivery. Runner's going to go. That one misses. Throw down, and it hops off the glove of Kurzmitsky. Another stolen base as the Jackfish not letting up here. And why would they? Taking advantage of every mistake the Majors make. Count moves to 2-2 now.
Picking up an extra 90 feet there, a big extra 90 feet. Chance to add on to their already sizable lead. Oh, 2 fouled off. So staying alive at the plate is Porcelato. Here's the look at the bullpen as Fernando Fernandez throws for the Majors. The Jackfish had some action as well, but things have quieted down the right field line. Spring to the plate, and just off the plate. He'll peel down. He doesn't go around. And the count now to full at 3-2. Full count now on Matteo Porcelato as Jordan Spring tries to record an out here in this inning. He's been unable to do that since he came into the ballgame in relief of Daniel Gore.
Ready on 3-2 is Spring. Here's the pitch to the plate. Curveball. Hit out to left field. Fairly shallow. Coming on. Caught. Tagging. And now going back on a strong throw that came in from left in Austin Wilkie. Second out of the inning.
Shallow fly ball there. Good job by Jordan Spring inducing that out there on the mound. And Austin Wilkie came in, made the grab, and came up throwing in order to ensure that Morello could not score.
Two gone here as Nicholson steps to the plate. Another run 90 feet away here for the Jackfish in the top of the 10th. Fastball catches the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1.
Good pitch there from Spring, finding the outside. Getting ahead of Brandon Nicholson. Nicholson was the ghost runner to lead off this 10th inning.
Springs ahead 0-1 on Nicholson. Here's the pitch. Good movement on that one. Gets the swing and a miss. And it's 0-2.
Jordan Spring does have very good movement on his pitches. He's able to move them around all quadrants of the strike zone, and that leads to success more times than not.
Sign, Spring delivery, chopped over to third base. Kraminski, strong throw across the diamond in time to get him. So the Majors get out of the 10th inning, but not before the Jackfish pick up 6 big runs here in the top of the 10th inning. The Majors are going to have to get the bats going when they come back here on MajorsTV.
Do you know where your food comes from? Like where it really comes from? It comes from farms, farmers, and their families. At Healthy Eats, we believe if we wouldn't serve it to our families, we wouldn't serve it to yours. From farm to folks, we do things the way they're meant to be.
Here we go.
Believe me, you've never heard a talk show like this.
I'm sleeping with Joe Carter. By the way, Joe did not touch the ball.
Yeah, I have to say, like, your voice is fantastic.
Meet Smitty
Listen, I'm the brains here.
and Mitty.
And I'm the good-looking funny one.
This is the Smitty Mitty Show.
Catch new episodes of the Smitty and Mitty Show wherever you get your podcasts. Go beyond the scores and get to know the athletes who call the Forest City home. Game Day London brings you in-depth stories and conversations about London's major teams and athletes. Whether it's the London Knights, Nationals, or Lightning, or even your London Majors, Game Day London has you covered. For fresh and engaging sports coverage, visit GameDayLondon.com. Game Day London, a proud sponsor of your London Majors.
We are back here as we go to the bottom half of the 10th inning. It is go time for the Majors here and their final shot to try and get some runs across. They'll start with the runner Keith Candell at second, as the Jackfish did in the top half of the inning here. But Dylan, the deficit is 6 runs.
Jackfish started their extra inning with a tie ball game. The Majors start theirs down 6. It's not impossible with this Majors offense. They've got plenty of good bats, but it is highly improbable. It would start off on the right foot here if Austin Wilkie can get a base hit.
Boato still on the mound here for the Jackfish as the first pitch ripped into left field. Candell's going to get the wave. The throw not going to come. And there's one. If you wanted a good start, there's the good start. Now they've got to get to work here against Chris Boato.
Great job by Austin Wilkie seeing that pitch and driving it between the third baseman and shortstop hard through the hole into left field and scoring 1 run for the Majors. They're now down 5, and like we mentioned with this Majors offense, you can never count them out. But down 5 with 3 outs to play with is going to be a tough deficit to surmount.
Action now in the Welland bullpen after the base hit as a righty begins to get loose. Lefty on lefty matchup here for Boato against Byron Reichstein. Delivery to the plate. Reichstein takes the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. Now to the plate. Reichstein fouled off that breaking ball, and count now at 0-2.
Byron 0 for 3 to this point, so he'll be looking to get his first hit in the ball game. He's got to battle back, though, protect the plate right now and fight off some tough pitches behind 0-2.
Way up in the count here is Bovado against Reichstein. 0-2. That one's going to get over top of the catcher and all the way to the backstop. Wilkie will advance up to second.
That pitch just sailed on Chris Bovado way over the head of his catcher, Sam Cocker, and that allows Wilkie to move up to second pretty easily there. Not too sure what happened on that pitch. Was trying to go with a high fastball, I'd imagine, on Reichstein, and sent it a little too high.
So it's a 1-2 count here on the Majors right fielder. Here's the pitch. Curveball underneath it, pops it up into right field. Going out there, going to be a tough play. Converging, and it's caught just inside the line. Wilkie's going to get up and run to third, but a big first out there for the Jackfish.
Really good play out there in shallow right field. I believe it was the first baseman, Hogan Brown, who made that catch. I don't really know. It was tough to tell from over here, but a collision. Play was made. Both defensive players went down, so Austin Wilkie picked up on that and was able to take an extra 90 feet. So he stands over at third base for Robert Mullen, against Chris Bovado, but chances for the Majors still looking slim at the moment.
Every out important now for the Jackfish with this big lead that they have. And that one right there is a situation where guys converging out in shallow right field towards the line, Dylan. And if that doesn't get caught, then things get a little bit more interesting. But they get the out on the play nonetheless, and that's what's most important. First pitch fouled off by Mullen, out of play.
Just off on that one is Robert Mullen, and it's fouled towards the first base side. See if he can straighten it out here on 0-1.
Mullen ripped it, but well foul, out of play, and 0-2 count. Just a long strike.
Yeah, Robert Mullen all over that one. And ripped it well foul.
Oh, 0-2 here. Bovado on Mullen. Brownlee on deck behind him. Pitch, Mullen the other way, the right field line, but not enough to stay fair, and it's a foul ball. The count stays at 0-2.
Thought for a moment, Noah, that was going to land right on the line or just right next to it in fair territory, but that was well foul towards the Welland Jackfish bullpen.
Bovado's got himself still up in the count here. Lots that he can go to. 0-2 pitch. Mullen laced and foul again.
Mullen just protecting the plate right now, kind of throwing the bat at the baseball, and it's been working to stay alive for the Majors. Still behind in the count, 0-2. But he's battling.
Still trying to have himself a good at-bat here. Bovado up over 60 pitches. Here's the 0-2 in the dirt, blocked. Good eye by Robert Mullen.
Good take there by the Majors catcher, seeing that one all the way. And as it went into the dirt, he ensured that he did not swing at that pitch.
Ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Bovado. Mullen chops it over to third base, and it will stay fair. A run comes in to score. Mullen's safe at first.
Third baseman Mattingly Roman was waiting for that ball to go foul, just hoping that it would slide into foul territory, but it stayed fair down the line on the cut of the grass, and Now another run has come in to score. It's a 4-run ball game, and Robert Mullen stands at first for Cleveland Brownlee.
That was about the only play he had at third. I don't think with where he was playing, he was going to have a shot at getting Mullen. Only shot was to just see if it would roll foul. It didn't. Stayed on the grass, and now Majors down 4. 1 gone in the inning, and Brownlee comes to the plate. Here's the pitch from Bowato. Upstairs, Brownlee with a good take. Appeal down, he doesn't go around.
Cleveland did a good job holding up on that pitch. The body went, the bat did not. It stayed. So no swing there from Cleve.
Here's the 1-0. Brownlee goes after it. Was inside. Big strike there for Bowato, and now it's 1-1.
Cleveland got jammed on that one, was trying to get a piece of that breaking ball. Could not do it, was too far inside, and still swung, just swung right over top of it.
1-1. Brownlee takes a cut at it, fouls it off. Bowato losing a little bit of velocity here, especially when he's throwing those off-speed pitches as he gets later on into the ball game. Brownlee was well out in front of those swings.
Up at 66 pitches now is Chris Bowato, so Cleveland's got to make sure to wait back no matter what's coming.
1-2. Outside to Brownlee. Count goes to 2-2.
Good take there by Cleveland. It's a tough pitch to lay off of because it is close to the strike zone, but he managed to hold back on the swing.
2-2. Here's the pitch. Outside to Brownlee. Good take. That one just missed the zone and counts full.
That was off the plate. A very good take by Cleveland Brownlee. Thought maybe he'd have to protect in that spot, but it was definitely a ball, and good on Cleveland making sure he doesn't swing at it.
Mullen at first. 3-2 count, 1 gone. Here's the pitch to Brownlee. Called strike 3. Catches the outside edge. Brownlee can't believe it as he argues with the home plate umpire, and there's 2 gone.
I think Brownlee's trying to say that Cocker had to move move to the side there to receive that pitch. So how can that be a strike? And the home plate umpire is saying, I didn't see that. That looked like a strike to me on the outside corner, and now the Majors are down to their final out.
The location there didn't look terrible off the edge of the plate, but I think the argument Brownlee having there is that it missed where the Jackfish wanted it to be, and it looked like it was more outside than it actually was. Nonetheless, 2 gone here. Majors down to their final out. Starling Joseph at the plate. First pitch ripped and into left field for a base hit. Mullen up to second, Joseph into first. And now coming up to the plate is Gibson Kraminski.
Great piece of hitting there by Starling Joseph, ripping that one through the hole into left field. There's a man up and ready in the Jackfish bullpen. If Bowato cannot finish this ball game on his own. 2 on, 2 out. Gibson Kraminski coming up. Majors down 4. Tying run is on deck in Jacob Newton.
So Kraminski comes to the plate here. No luck at the plate tonight, Dylan. 0 for 3. He's just trying to keep the line moving here for the Majors in the 10th. Curveball dropped in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Good pitch there from Chris Bowato, finding the outside corner with that breaking pitch. Found the perfect spot for it.
Oh, 1. Just off the outside corner to Kraminski, and it's 1-1.
Good take there by Gibson Kraminski. A couple inches off the plate there. Was able to lay off and now has a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Bowato ready. Called a strike. Dropped in there. And it's 1-2.
Kaminsky not a fan of that call. Neither are the fans here in the ballpark. The curveball was good enough to catch the outside corner, according to the home plate umpire, as it came back towards the strike zone.
So the Majors down to their final strike here on 1-2. Pitch fouled back into the screen. So Kaminsky stays alive.
Great rip there by Gibson Kaminsky. Fouling that one straight back to the screen. Protecting the plate and continuing to battle.
And continuing to try and stay alive here for the Majors. Ready, here's Bowato on the 1-2. To the plate and fouled off again.
Kaminsky still making him work here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Bowato up to 75 pitches through 4 2/3 of work out of the bullpen. He's been fantastic for the Welland Jackfish, and a large reason that they have the 9-5 lead right now.
So once again, the Majors on their final strike. Bowato grabs his sign. Now he comes set on the mound. Quick check of the runners. To the plate, ripped over to third base. That one picked up. Throw to 2 in time, and the ball game is over. The Welland Jackfish used 6 runs in the top half of the 10th inning and escaped London with a 9-5 win over the Majors and holding on to first place in the Intercounty Baseball League.
Good win there for the Welland Jackfish. They went down early. They were trailing for 8 of 9 innings in this ball game. Chipped away, tied things up in the 9th, and scored a bunch of runs in the top of the 10th inning to win themselves a ball game here in London.
So the Majors holding on. Couldn't get any runs there in the bottom of the 10th inning. Our next broadcast, July the 15th, next Friday. The Kitchener Panthers are in town to take on the Majors. We'll be on the air shortly prior for more action here on Majors TV. That does it for our broadcast tonight. From our whole production crew and myself, Noah and Dylan, up in the booth, we say thank you for watching with us tonight here on YouTube, and we'll see you next week as the Panthers are in town.